Happy New Year's, my friend, and welcome up to the editing room where I do all the editing of my videos. Today I'm editing and putting together this video just for you. What I've done, I've gone through 2025 and I've selected the top videos that you like the most, and I base that on your views. And so I have compiled a compilation video today for you that's almost 5 hours long. And so I thought it'd be fun to make scenes. These are just one video after another of the top videos that you liked in 2025. So some of them are going to be in the spring, some are in the summer. These are great videos to watch though, because, you know, if you haven't seen them yet, you get to know how to make a split, for example, and maybe how to prepare candy for your candy board. So I've just grabbed all these videos that you like the most, put them together. First time I've ever done this. I don't know how it's going to go. I know it's a long video. You don't have to watch it all, of course, but I'd love for you to. And that way you can just enjoy 2026 watching the best of the videos that I've made in 2025. All right, well, let's get right into it. Hey, everybody, I'm David.
I'm Sherry.
And one of the most asked videos that people have said, would you make a video, is how do you make a winter be kind? Mm-hmm. And so Sherry and I are in our kitchen, and we're going to show you guys all of the little details of making your own winter be kind.
Yeah, well, candy boards have been around for decades decades and decades.
Probably well over a century.
Oh, it's been a long, long, long time. And I think we've made them here for probably 20 years.
Yeah.
Or more than that.
Yep.
And the bees love them.
They do love them.
It really works well for them.
And so we sell two types. One is a candy board that's already filled with our candy in it, and one is an empty. And so a lot of you buy the empties, which we include in every order a recipe, and this has always been on our website too.
It is.
And so today we're going to show you guys how we make it, because a few of you have told us it's hard to do.
Yeah, it is hard to do. That's why we make them.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
It's not easy. Now, I want to just put a caveat out there. We don't make the winter be kinds this way. Like in bulk numbers, our team makes them in a large batch.
Big industrial batches. So it's not the same thing as making them at home on your stove.
It's not.
But many, many years ago, when we first started making them, like this is how we did it.
We did
here on the stove.
But
there's a lot of things, Dave, that people don't know that go into candy making that makes it kind of difficult.
It is.
And some of it is as simple as the temperature.
Yeah.
The humidity.
That's right.
We've got to deal with thermometers, and even altitude can change a recipe.
Exactly. Like right now in this room, the humidity is 44%. Mm-hmm. And so that's different if you make a batch if the humidity is where it should be. It's so cold outside, but if normally a house is 50 or 60% humidity. So that will change things as well. And I want to show you another thing, and this is something that most people run into, and this is a problem.
Always the number one.
It is. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to step forward and show you these. If you notice this thermometer, this is the candy thermometer that we use to make sure we reach 248 or 250 degrees. And right now it shows our room temperature of 72. But look at this one. Is it on? Yeah, 75. So these are off. And even though they're candy thermometers, I've even had some that, Sherry, have gone really bad. Some of them can be off as much as 10 or 15 degrees when they start to go bad, because they have a funny little cable, and you can see they get all tangled, and then they have these probes at the bottom.
And they're not cleaned well.
No, I never clean them. But anyway, so you might want to get two of them and see which one is closer. Now, these are two different models. This is a Therm Pro, and this is a Ready Check. And I've had this one, I think, since the day I started making them two decades ago. This is more accurate than that. This one is so old, and it still works so good.
Yeah. That's almost the number one reason why your recipe is not working. It's because of your thermometers. Almost always it's because of your thermometers.
Well, let's get rolling. What do you want to do, Sherry?
All right,
now, I will have to say, we haven't done this, and we may be on the side with you guys that say, this is hard, I can't do it. We may find out it's hard to do on a stove.
Right, because we have an electric stove
We have an electric stove.
And we always used gas before.
We always did.
And so there's a problem. If this cooks too quickly, you lose too much of your moisture, making a very brittle product. But if it heats too slowly, I think I said that backwards.
Yeah. Well,
if it heats too quickly, you're not losing enough moisture.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So
there you go.
It's too liquidy. But if it heats too slowly, you lose too much of your liquid.
Yeah,
and
right.
it becomes a very brittle product. So that's the other difference too. Is
Exactly.
the difference between a gas stove and an electric stove.
Yeah.
We can't help you with any of those things. We're just telling you the best way we know to do it. But you'll probably have to do a lot of working and experimenting, or going to somebody else's house and trying their stove.
Yeah.
We're sorry, it's
And
hard.
Yeah,
That's why we make them.
That's why we make them. I also, when I was with the team early this year when they started the process of making them all, and we were making some adjustments, and everything has to be just perfect, right? And so we actually time, Sherry, the amount of time it takes from when you put all the ingredients, the sugar and water together. We will not let it cook. We have to make sure that it reaches 250 in less than 12 minutes.
12 minutes.
Yes.
All right.
Like you're talking about. More than that, it changes it. Less than that, it changes it.
Right.
Yeah.
So you have to figure,
so we don't know how this is going to work out.
We're about to see. We're about to see. So we're going to start with 12 ounces of water.
12 ounces
in this pan. The reason why we have such a big pan is because this will start to bubble and foam up.
When we add the other things.
Especially when you put your additives in
That's right.
It will do that. And so we've just always found a pan this big is the best way to do that. So let's turn this on.
You're going to go full power,
I think we're going to go full power on this. And we've got 12 ounces of water.
Following our recipe. Yep. 12 ounces of water right off the recipe. It says bring 12 ounces of water to a simmer in a large pot. Now, I'm not a cook, Sherry. Is a simmer a boil or not?
No, not really.
Good. Because when we make them, we don't let the water boil.
Right. So
almost, but
if it's going to start boiling and your phone rings and you walk off to talk to grandma, it's
too hot.
It's not going to work for you. You have to sit here and watch it. You can't let this water evaporate again. You're going to get a brittle product.
There's not much water in there, is it?
Not in a big pan like that.
Wow, it just barely covers the bottom.
It does.
On our big industrial sized pans, I think the water is about, I'm going to say 3 or 4 inches off the bottom. It'd be interesting. That won't take long at all. But we'll let it simmer, like Sherry said. Hey, tell us, Sherry, some of the other problems people run into. Can you think of other things when people are trying to make Winter Bee
Well, but believe it or not, sometimes the type of sugar you use can be different. I don't know why that is. Of course, we know there's cane sugar and we know that there's beet sugar. But we've also found different brands will work better than other ones. There isn't anything that we're able to tell you as far as name brands and things like that. Sometimes it feels like it just changes from season to season, from brand to brand.
It does.
So that's another thing that you can try.
Because I've bought some sugar for our big operation that they'll have words like large grain or granulars and small granulated small, granulated large.
Right.
So the grains are certain sizes.
And that can make a difference. But you need to remember it's white sugar.
Yeah.
It's not brown sugar.
No,
it's
don't
not
use brown.
Sugar.
No, you can't.
It's not raw sugar.
Good point.
It's got to be white sugar. And we do prefer cane sugar here to what we do.
But I've used plenty of beet sugar, and it's worked great for bees, and they do great. I know some people are anti-beet sugar. I get it. Some people are anti-sugar. Yeah, so I know some of you are watching the video and you're thinking, oh, I would never feed my bees sugar. Okay, there's a right way to do things, and there's another right way to do things.
There's tons of right ways to do things.
So just because one way is right and another way is right doesn't make one of them wrong.
And there's a million recipes
That's right.
for this.
This has been around since the 1800s.
It's very possible that this doesn't work for you, and you can go find a different one out there, and it's perfectly fine because there's lots of right ways of doing this. But we prefer a cooked sugar solution to just putting sugar out there
with some water on it.
Because there's enough water to weigh it down.
Because see, this says granulated. So this is essentially crystallized sugar. For a bee to eat, it takes a lot of moisture on here. Did you just say that?
No, I know. I was like, they need to chomp on it.
They don't have good molars either.
Right. So this, when it's done cooking, actually will end up, and you can see now, our moisture is leaving us.
Yep.
And so we're hoping that we need a little bit more of a simmer. It's not quite enough.
Oh, well, I'll say, let's go ahead and add a little bit of the time. This is how I would do it.
Okay. So we got 4 pounds here.
You do the stirring. Yep.
Right.
And so what I like to do in the big operation is while it's doing that, because I think they use big drill devices like a paint stirrer to stir it. And so they'll add a little bit at a time and keep adding more and more and more.
I see. But your sugar has to be dissolved.
It does, it will dissolve.
Same way when you're making 1-to-1 sugar water.
Right.
It's got to be dissolved.
And when you're reaching 250, it's going to dissolve. Oh, we got a piece of paper off the bag in there, and guess what that will do to the bees, Sherry? Nothing. They will just dodge it. Yeah.
I don't care.
It's like eating an apple with a stem in the middle. All right, let's add some more. Yeah, so that's another question. How often should you stir it? How much should you stir it? So I would say you should continue to stir it like Sherry just said. You want it all to be dissolved. So we're adding the sugar in such a way that it's dissolving as the water heats up. And Sherry made a good point in saying, look at the moisture that we're losing. And you wouldn't think you're losing that much water through the moisture, the evaporation, but you really will. So some of you that wind up with really hard winter bee kinds when you try to make them, it's probably because you're letting them boil too long and it's just evaporating too much moisture out.
It really is. It can't be a brittle product. Bees don't have teeth.
Yeah.
And so part of this in the middle of it becomes a very liquidy substance.
Let me get the other camera and show what it looks like inside.
You've got to completely dissolve it. It will be clear. Just because it doesn't look like granulation any longer doesn't mean that you've got it stirred well enough. It's got to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have all of our 4 pounds in here?
No, about half. You ready for more?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you everything.
I'm not sure it's going to work as well on this electric stove.
Yeah.
We're going to have to see.
We're at full power. Let me go to, I think that says high. It's glowing red, but on our gas stove when we made them, we actually had a gas burner on one side that was called a power burner. Is that what it's called?
Sure.
And so it was like so much gas hitting that pan so quickly that we could heat it up really fast like we wanted to. But yeah, Sherry makes a good point. Not sure how this is going to work out, but I think it'll be fine. We'll just go with what happens. All right, Sherry, there's no reason to stir anymore. I don't think, maybe. I would just let it sit there and get hot. Let me get you something for your spoon. All right, let's tell them what we add to it. So what we're waiting on now is for this to get to 250. And let's show them what we're going to add. Yep, we're going to show you that we're adding a teaspoon of Honey Bee Healthy, a teaspoon of Amino Bee Booster, and right here a teaspoon of Ultra Bee protein.
It doesn't matter. It's just
substitute.
Pollen.
Yeah.
And so people, of course, will say, well, do I have to add all 3 of these? And so, you know, of course, the bees are bringing in their honey, and they bring in protein all summer long in the hopes that they have enough to get through the winter. We make these as an insurance. Yeah. And so we're going to put the same thing in it that you would find in a hive. As close as we can. As close as we can. So that's why we choose this.
Now, I want to say, some people say that you shouldn't give bees protein in the wintertime. But I want to say that protein is in the hive already. It's in the hive in 2 ways. The winter bees of winter physiology, all of them have the vitellogenesis, the stored protein in their fat bodies, like in their head and their abdomen. They have stored protein. That's what makes them unique. So that's one way they have protein. The second way, they have natural protein that they've gathered from flowers all summer long. And they store that in 2 ways. They store it as pollen and they store it as bee bread. And so a hive that, here's the thing, Sherry and everyone, that I get excited about.
We're boiling.
Oh, good. So when bees survive the winter, some people will say, oh my gosh, my bees did so good. I came out of the winter with so many bees. I didn't even feed them or anything. Guess what that means? It means that they had plenty of honey and plenty of protein. People don't realize that. The more I've had small nucleuses, 5-frame nukes, survive the winter with just on protein alone and very little carbohydrate. All right, now you can keep stirring it a little bit. Dang, we're ready to add stuff. You don't think so? Oh, we need to measure, don't we? All right, so let's use my handy dandy thermometer that I've used forever and see what temperature we're at.
What's the best way to do this? Do you just kind of dangle it over the top? Do you make it sit on the bottom of the pan?
That's a mistake people make. If you let it touch the bottom of the pan, then it will get the reading off the bottom of the pan. So what I like to do is feel the bottom of the pan and then lift it up just off of the pan.
So you're like right smack dab in the center.
Right in the center.
So we're not on the top.
Right.
We're not at the bottom, but we're kind of right in the middle.
I'm a 1/4 inch off the bottom, 145.
145.
And it reads every now and again, so 221.
All right, so I'm going to put this one in too.
Oh, okay.
So we can look at both of these thermometers and see what they're saying.
I'm at 239, and it takes these a little bit of calibration time. I'd say 15 seconds they pulse. Sherry's at 235, I'm at 239. Now I'm at 246. It's increasing.
So we're almost there.
Yeah.
In that amount of time.
246.
How far off is mine?
You're at 233. You're way down. I'm at 248. So now, Sherry, we're close enough to add everything because it's going to go to 250 fast. So we want to add everything and turn the heat off now because it's still going to have radiant heat.
Oh, so you
I leave it on there? Yeah. Okay. So let's add a teaspoon of everything. All right. Is the green a tea? It's half a teaspoon.
We have always used honeybee healthy products. Sometimes people call these honeybee kinds, but they're winter bee kinds. But we've always used honeybee healthy products. We have always loved them, but you certainly can use other things.
All right, that's 1 teaspoon of protein powder.
And if you choose to use things from other companies, you'll have to call them to talk about it because sometimes they even say, "Oh no, you don't want to put this into anything else." So
can you stir this for me? And so now we're going to add the next teaspoon of honeybee healthy. This will cause it to start foaming up a bit more. Now, honeybee healthy is designed to attract the bees to eat it. They love it. And here's more protein. Amino Bee Booster is just more protein. All right, there we go.
But they love it.
I love it.
They love it.
We had a teenager that worked for us a little bit. He was 16 or 17, I think. But anytime we spilt a little bit on a tabletop or the side of a board or something, he always ate it. He loved it.
Now, there are sometimes, as years go by and these start to get holes in them, what do you tell people to do to fix the holes and things?
If this surface gets holes in it, you need to use like a metal tape. Just stick it on there because if it has a tear and the sugar goes down there, the bees will eat up the foam.
Okay.
Is this hot? Do I need little thingies? It's really not. Oh, you should wear eye protection, gloves. I'm going to try it without gloves. Ready? You want to zoom, kind of get that scene here, Sherry? What do you think? Mm-hmm. It's going to hit the pan and spread out.
It's very hot. You are to do everything possible to keep yourself and those around you safe from this heat. These are very hot.
If it gets on you, it will be a bad burn.
Wow, look at that.
Beautiful. So what is with the little areas here? That's just that the protein powder didn't mix well. And you can take a fork or anything, actually. Let me grab a fork. And then you can just kind of smash it before it hardens up like this. If you want to spread it around. See, this is still so hot and liquidy. But if you have a big glob of the protein powder, you can do that. But it doesn't mean that it didn't mix everywhere. The protein is in all of the sugar. It's just in some areas, it's more heavily concentrated. That was pretty fast, Sherry. Wow. So what you do now is just kind of wait for this to get hard. Now also, because it is so hot, you can kind of notice, you want to show that again on your camera, Sherry? You can kind of notice that sometimes the material, the metal material of the winter bee kind board back here, the foam board, might actually kind of bubble a little bit, and that doesn't cause any problems at all.
So this is going to take a while to cool down because you don't want to run outside and put that in a hive.
No, it takes...
When there's still heat coming off of it. But hey, listen, one thing that we think that people ought to do is if you make these ahead of time and you're not using them yet, we think you ought to put them in the freezer. You could probably put that in a nice plastic bag, put it in a cold garage or something like that, but you got to keep it away from the bugs. But if you take it out of the freezer, let it thaw out. I'm not sure it'd be such a great idea to put a big frozen block of sugar inside of a hive.
Let it thaw out for 24 hours.
Yeah, who knows? I don't know how long
12
it takes,
hours or something.
But you know, you can figure that out.
You can feel it.
But when do you put this on for the first time?
You know, I always start putting them on now, about the first of the year.
This is January.
Yeah.
So we don't really, and this is Central Illinois.
Yeah. It's
about 20 degrees. We don't do that until about January. And one of the reasons is because our bees have got plenty of resources up until then. If your bees don't, there might be a problem bigger than this winter bee kind could actually fix.
That's a good point, because that means they didn't do something they were supposed to do with storing enough resources for summer, which also means they didn't do other things as well. Like maybe they don't have enough brood. You know, they don't have, the queen isn't laying good, so now you got a low number of bees going through winter.
Or if you got really sick bees from mites, viruses.
Yeah. Yeah,
And-
this won't save the bees unless they need more food.
Right.
It doesn't destroy mites. It doesn't destroy viruses. It's just an insurance plan, like Sherry said, to feed the bees.
And how long does it last?
Boy, that's going to depend on the bees. It depends on how much resources they already have on board, what they're going to, how big they are, what they're going to eat first.
What the temperature is.
Yeah. But I have found, and this is kind of bragging rights for me, and I'll put a little image right here, a video right here. I have found the bees prefer to eat this over their own honey.
I think it's that smell.
I think it is.
That is so enticing.
You put one of these on. Now, another thing I do, once it gets hardened and it's cooled off, that's a good indicator. You can put it on. You can put your hand on it. It's hard. It's not going to burn you. I'll take a little bit of my own honey. I'm talking about a teaspoon. And I'll just dribble it on the hard candy before I put it on. I just think that entices. You don't have to do that. Don't worry about it. But I think it's fun to do that.
Yeah, that's fun. But it's not a one and done thing. I think a lot of times people think that they can put one on in the winter, wrap that hive up, and vroom to Florida. But unfortunately, that's not what it's meant for. It is an insurance policy. You need to keep checking it.
Here's an example. I've got a hive that I've had 7 or 8 years. They're really mean and defensive, and I don't do anything to them, Sherry. Last year, I never opened them one time, so they may not make it. They're still alive. They're too mean to open, but I do put winter beekinds on them. That colony will eat one of those in 3 days.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So other ones I'll put it on there, and I don't know, it takes them a month to eat one of those.
Yeah, we have you have to keep checking. You have to know that. But, you could always have one ready. And then if you go out there and go, oh my gosh, you've got one.
Yeah.
But even if you don't, you can still whip this off the hive, come inside, do that in 12 minutes, let it cool down, and get it back out there. It's perfectly okay for them to be without it for even a day or two.
Yeah.
Again, if they can't be, there might be a bigger problem than this is going to solve.
So another thing, when you change your winter beekinds or you put them on for the first time, you don't worry about the weather. A lot of people, when they feel like if they open the top up on a cold day, it's going to kill the bees, hurt the bees. It's really not, because it's going to take you less than 30 seconds to put this on.
Exactly.
And they don't heat the inside of their hive like you would your home. They only stay close by clustering together. And so you can just open the top, put that on, and when you change it, this is where a lot of people have problems too, is that some of the candy might be around the edges, outside the cluster. They didn't get a chance to actually eat it all on the outside edges, but you want to change it. But the bees are on that thing working it. What I do is take my smoker, I wear a full suit, and some of the bees will fly out. So I try to smoke as many bees as I can off the old winter bee kind. Then I take my brush and brush the rest of them off.
Just like in an inspection.
And if there's chunks of candy on the top bars in my way of the new one, I'll just pick those up, brush the bees off, and put this one on, put the new one on. The groove on the winter bee kind faces the front of the hive, because they'll use that to take potty flights.
And you can go out there on a day where it's not too windy, but whatever you do, don't inspect that hive.
Don't pull a frame up.
Don't pull frames up or anything like that. All you're doing is changing this. I know that kind of bothers you, but you got to do it.
Yeah.
And you just go out and do it.
Absolutely. Well, Sherry, that worked amazing.
It did. That's fantastic.
It was so good. I really think making this video is going to help those that have emailed us and struggled through it, because they got to see kind of what we were thinking, like, let's add all the sugar now that it's simmering good, let's stir it. And I almost forgot to check the temperature, but you said temperature. And so, we were there to watch the temperature, and once my temperature hit 248, which yours was way lower, yours was way off. So anyway, mine was the old standby, is perfect. I cut the heat off at 248 because I knew the radiant heat would continue to bring it was coming up to 250 so fast.
Right.
I didn't want to, if I waited to 250 to turn it off and left it on the burner, even though I turned it off, the heat would have taken it to 255 in no time. So
you have to think of those things too. That might be making you off on your recipes.
Exactly.
But it's just 12 ounces of water, it's 4 pounds of sugar, and then we add some additives. We run it up to 250, add some additives, and that's really all there is to it. There's just so many other things that could make it not go right, considering how simple.
And did you see
how simple it is?
And did you see how fast we poured it? We didn't hardly waste any time at all. Once we got the ingredients in, we stirred it, we poured it pretty quick. And the pan itself, most of it came out of the pan, but you can see some in the bottom is already hardened, and that will dilute really easy with some water, but we got most of it poured out of there.
And at some point, if this, as the bees start working it, especially as it gets down, sometimes it will drop off of the insulation onto the top of the frames.
Yep.
Perfectly okay. Closer it is to the bees, the better it is.
It is.
So it's perfectly great. When
It's
it
not
does
a problem.
that.
Some people freak out that it's going to fall. Some people actually make these, but they put a 1/4-inch hardware cloth to keep the candy from falling off. But that is so not necessary. Just let the candy be what it is. Let the bees maneuver it. It's only going to fall that much if it does fall off. And I think a lot of times the bees are doing it to get it closer to drop down on the cluster.
Right. Yeah, I think they're doing it.
So let me say, today is January the, what, 4th or 5th?
5th.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my birthday was 2 days ago.
Happy birthday. Now you're 35, aren't you?
Yeah.
So we have, in Illinois, we have all of January, all of February, and all of March that I will continue feeding my bees these winter bee kinds. They will be going through them that much. So I don't know where you live. You may be further south where your winter is going to end earlier. But there's still a lot of winter left. Mm-hmm. In fact, we're only, a couple of weeks into winter. So we really need to keep feeding our bees. We are still making these. So if you still want to buy one, we put them online when we get batches completed. So if you see that they're sold out, keep checking.
Yeah, but we got plenty of the no candy too. So you can do it
yourself,
yourself, save yourself a couple of bucks.
Yeah.
Sometimes when they come out looking kind of dicey, we put them on sale for a lot less price. They work perfectly fine.
Yeah.
They just don't look that great.
Yeah,
Who
we
cares?
might have
The
a
bees don't care.
big notch or a chip or something, but as long as they seal off, the bees don't go in and out, they're fine.
And even if they ship to you and they start to melt or the shippers get them upside down and it drips here and there, bees will clean it up.
That's pretty typical.
It's perfectly
because we worked so hard to make this perfect for the bees. And so that means it's more liquidy than you would think. It appears hard, but there's still enough liquid in there, coupled with the bees generating liquid in the hive as well, and the heat of the colony. They will kind of melt that sugar water and consume it.
Right.
So it's only been a few minutes, Sherry. Look at that. It's already hardened up so much. Amazing, isn't it?
It is.
Wow.
I'm thrilled.
Oh,
I
me
didn't know
too.
This electric stove would work, but it did.
We should start our own business making
these.
making these on the stove.
I used to actually stand in this little kitchen.
Oh, she did.
And I would make these.
And I would bring
in the very beginning.
Yeah, when we were really poor and starting them off, but I would bring those big hand trucks in here, and we would stack like 10 or 20, and I'd take them back out to the shipping room. Yeah, that was a lot of. That's why.
But now we sell them by the thousands, so I can't stand here in the kitchen any longer.
Yeah, we can't do that anymore.
But we still have it. We still got it, David.
All right, Sherry.
Right.
65 I am, and I still got it. I can still make a winter bee. We should give this away on our live stream.
Let's do that Thursday night. Let's give this one away.
We should autograph it.
That would be great.
Let's do it now.
All right.
That way somebody would know for sure that that's the same one. Do we have a Sharpie in here? All right, so Sherry and I will autograph this one, and we'll give it away on our live stream. Let's do it on the side. Look at that. Live stream is every Thursday night at 7 o'clock Central Time. So be sure and watch our live stream coming up, the next one, because you may have a chance to win this one that's autographed that we made at home in our kitchen. You can tell us how much your bees loved it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. I appreciate you guys watching. It's a very snowy day here. We're just kind of hunkered down here in the cold.
Just sit in front of the fire.
We are. Probably need to put another log on the fireplace.
We can make more of these and heat up the whole house.
We could. Wow, some breaking news. Hey everybody, I know you're concerned about treating your mites and keeping mite levels low, and there's some breaking news about oxalic acid that I want to bring you up to date on. This is pretty, I'm pumped and excited. I'm passionate about bees, and so this is got me all excited today. But just found out that oxalic acid, the requirements used to be that you can only use 1 gram per deep box, and then it got bumped up by 2 grams per deep box. Now, hot off the press, we can use up to, well, if you have 2 deeps like I do, you can use 8 grams of oxalic heat vaporization on your hive. Now, my plungers only hold 4. I don't know what they're going to do, if they can make bigger plungers or not, but I think what I'll do is I'll put 1 in, vaporize it, put another one in the same hive, vaporize it again for 8. Now, those of you that follow me, you know that I have talked with Dr. Cameron Jack for the last couple of years. He's been on our live stream on Thursday night talking to us about his work in oxalic acid, and his research that he's been really working hard on has revealed that oxalic acid in the lower numbers of maybe 1 or 2 is nowhere near as effective as it is when you bump up to 4 per deep box, or 8 per brood chamber, 2 deeps, whatever. And he says it is much more effective when you use it that way. Now, we all knew that. We heard him say, I used to speak sometimes at the same conferences, and I would hear him say, this works better when you use 4 or 8 per deep box, 2 per deep box, or whatever, 8 per deep box. But he'd say, you can't do it, it's not legal. Now, a lot of beekeepers went ahead and did it because they were desperate to control mites, so they violated the label law and went to the higher numbers and found it to be very effective. It's too bad that it took this long for the label, for the rules to finally catch up with science. But I'm glad it did. It has. I actually sent Dr. Jack a note a couple of weeks ago thanking him for all the work he's done to really get this to work better for us. But for those of you that are kind of new to bees and you've heard about mites, the viral destructor mites, they are devastating to beehives. In fact, they're probably the reason that most colonies are dying in the fall and dying in the winter. They spread viruses, and these viruses make our bees very sick. These mites reproduce in the capped cells of pupae. Now, oxalic acid doesn't get below those capped cells, like Formic Pro, that treatment does, but you can't always use Formic Pro in warmer, hotter climates. So that's a struggle there. Oxalic acid has to be used several times per treatment. Like most beekeepers that I know will use their vaporizer, they'll treat their mites, and then they'll wait 3 to 7 days. I'll hit them again within that time period, and they'll do that 4 or 5 times. And the reason that we do that is to allow the mites that are under the capped cells, that are shielded by that cell, they reproduce in the capped cell. So they're shielded down there when we treat. Now, when they come out, that's why you continue to treat several days apart. So then when they emerge, those mites will get hit. And there's always that chance that even some mites are just walking around in part of the hive that aren't really getting into the vapor. So multiple treatments several days apart, for 4 or 5 times is really having a strong impact on lowering the mite levels. Now, a lot of you talk about the good old days of beekeeping when we didn't have the viral destructor mite, and it was so much easier to keep bees, and beehives were so much more healthier then than they are now because viruses that might spread. And that is the case. It is true. You're right. Now, I really do believe that if we really get better at controlling mites in our hives, then we can be back to those good old days. I really do. And not maybe perfectly back then, but I think we can really see a strong difference in how healthy our bees are once we really do start using the available treatments that we have to really keep our mites under control. So yeah, now we can use 8 grams per brood chamber, 4 per deep hive, new regulations. And so now we can really go after those mites. And some of you have already been doing that. I understand that. You probably aren't telling people that you're breaking the law, but now you don't have to break the law anymore. You can be within the law and really use this treatment to really control mites. Now, I really think it's important that we do follow the law, because we don't want to be, and I've said this before in other videos, we don't want to be the beekeepers that, don't care about the rules on our chemicals that we use in the hive, because we're selling a product. We're selling honey to people. And if we become known as people that don't follow the law, then other people, whether it be people that grow our broccoli, people that grow our apples, we don't want them breaking the law and putting more pesticides on there and that's legally allowed and all that, right? And so we all need to follow what's been proven to be safe for consumers. I really think we should follow the law. But if you've been somebody that's been pushing the limit of the rules, now you don't have to worry about it anymore. Finally, the rules have caught up with science. I like what Cameron Jack has shared, because he's proven that it doesn't hurt the bees either when you go up to this higher dosage. I know we all worry about the effect of higher dosages of oxalic acid on bees, but in his studies that he's done over the course of several years, he's proven that you have to get way up there, way beyond what I'm talking about now, what's legal, to really start seeing any kind of mortality. So this is exciting news. I wanted to jump in here, give you guys an update on that.
Are you good?
I'm good. It should burn something. Oh yeah. All right, big test. Here we go. In 2 days, it's going to be freezing, and I mean freezing. It's going to be 31 degrees Fahrenheit, so we're going to drop below freezing. So this year I'm going to be wrapping my hives, and I'm glad you're watching this video because I think there is an advantage to wrapping your hives. I'm going to talk about it toward the end of this video, so watch it all the way through. So what I'm doing today, and I'm going to take you guys through that I think really works well to wrap your hive. And I'm going to show you how to use foam board to wrap your hive. And so today I'm just out here getting a measurement, and I've learned that boxes don't always, they're not always made the same. I've got a lot of boxes from different times in beekeeping history out here. And so typically we're looking at about 16¼ is what the normal size should be. But you can see I'm a little bit off, and I notice if you look over here at the flow hive, the flow hive is just right at 16 inches. And then the box above it, not a flow hive, it's back to being a little bit, almost 16½ inches. But the foam board will make all that equal out. Let's jump back into the shop and let's start getting some pieces cut, and I'll show you how to put these foam boards on there. It's going to be a lot of fun. Looks like a square.
Well, you're only off an inch, right? 23 by 24?
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is, if you see here, I've got, most of my hives have 2 deeps and a super. Going to give us about, if I go 24, which is half of that sheet, I don't have to worry. This is the feeder, so don't worry about that. I'll put my winter bee kind up here later. I'm going to come up to where the winter bee kind board is. And if you can see, it's going to come down to a couple inches off, 2½ off the bottom. That won't hurt me any because not much going on down there anyway. And that's going to give me 1½ inch on each side so that my foam board on my front and back will fit in that groove, hopefully. So we'll use this hive to experiment with the first run. Let's make it happen. Here's a piece. I bought this board at Menards, and it cost me roughly about $44 a board. But I figure I can get 2 hives out of one board. I can insulate 2 hives out of one board. It takes the price down to $22 a hive. Now that may seem like a lot of money, but buying a new package because they froze out is a lot more than that. And some of the wraps that you buy, if you are a do-it-yourselfer like I am, a bricular, look that word up. If you're wanting to do it yourself, then $22 is a lot cheaper than what you can buy a lot of wraps systems for. And so this is an R value of 9.3, and roughly the edge, the wood of the hive, if it's made out of, pine 3/4 inch, it's going to be about 1 R value. So you're getting about a 10 R value on the sidewalls, which sides aren't all that important. The most important thing is the top, and I've got insulated candy board on top. This is going to be added security.
How thick is it?
1.5 inches thick. It's exactly 1.5 inches. So it is thick. Yeah, so if you wanted to look around, now I was going to buy a 2-inch piece, but nobody had it in stock, and I wanted to make this video today because cold air is coming. So I may, on my next round, try to get, they make it 4.5 inches thick with an R value, how
28.
much? 28 is ridiculous. The thicker it is, the pricier it gets. So be aware of that. There's a point of no return on those sidewalls. So for me, it's a balance to go 1.5 inches, 9.3 R value. Now, the reason I'm doing all this is because everyone that I respect in meteorology is saying it's going to be a really bad cold winter for us here in the Midwest. I'd rather be disappointed that I wasted my time wrapping them and didn't need it than be disappointed that I lost my bees because some extreme cold weather that set in and just was relentless, and wish I had wrapped them. Now, if you follow me for very long, you know that I often say that wrapping isn't what makes or break a hive, and I still feel that way. I feel like understanding honeybee biology, keeping your mite levels down, having a good quality queen in there, having plenty of food all through the winter on there is the winner. I believe a healthy colony, as I just described with those three things working for them, they don't need insulation. I really don't think they do because they're very healthy. However, now we know that it's rare to have a hive today that has a good queen in there. We always are wondering, is she going to die in the winter, or she's not laying well or something, maybe didn't lay well in the fall. So we may question our queen. We don't know if there's enough food on there because they could eat it all up before winter comes. Even though they have a lot now, it could be all gone. And even though you feed them in the winter, they may not be able to get to the food if it's unreachable because of cold weather and a tight winter cluster. And then number 3 would be mites. If you kept mite levels down at the last minute, there could still be high viral loads. So my point is, just for the sake of, most of us probably don't have perfect bees. Every one of our hives, they're not perfect. And so if we can help insulate them where they use less energy, to stay alive in the wintertime, it's going to be an advantage for hives that aren't perfect. And I don't know about you, but I like my hives. They look perfect now, but you don't know if they were perfect until spring. That's why wrapping might be an advantage, particularly if you don't know the condition of your hives. All right, first what we need to do is cut this in half, trusting our ruler. There we go. All right, there we go. It cuts very easily. All right, very good. All right, so we'll put it right here, and it should snap really easier than drywall. Wow. And then all we have to do is cut the paper. Okay, so this is our board that actually goes on the 16-inch one.
Now we're not going to get 2 hives.
Well,
we're going to get a whole hive out of there, are we?
Yeah. Because see, this would be, oh, I see, because front and back. Yeah. But I have 2 of them. Here's the other piece. So that that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then okay.
Yeah. This is just.
You can cut that off the.
Oh, heck yeah.
Room.
I always cut out your stupidity.
Thank you. You got a lot of cutting to do.
I can't do it in real life, but I can do it in the edit room.
See, that was funny.
We may keep that in.
You can leave that in.
I wish I had a stupidity button.
Yeah.
For all the dumb things I say, I could be like, cut, rewind. I've said some things that I wish I could have hit rewind on, and
yeah,
life doesn't.
Oh, I do that. Not when we're filming, but in actual real life.
I know. Theoretically, I think I can do this. I could probably use this, but it's not the straight edge. Let's see if I can. It's not bad though. For beehives, what do they say? Pretty close for hand grenades and horseshoes?
Yeah.
So this is pretty close for beekeeping. How about that? All right. I like that. I'm going to use it. Here we go. I made a video years ago of me making one like this, and rather than cut it all the way through, I left this metal intact on one side, and that way I made like a hinge, and you could, I guess you could do all 4 sides. Maybe that's not, I'd have to do the math, but anyway, but then when you do that, it's not bad. You kind of have something like this on the corners when you use a hinge like that. I mean, it's not a bad deal, but, and that way you could fold it up and store it somewhere. But I kind of like the idea of cutting these, but the hinge isn't a bad idea. Here in the middle, split the difference. There we go. Yeah, I'll do that. Come back and get that other one later. It's getting hot in here with these insulated R-value boards. Making heat.
I'm going to say, I am getting warmer now.
Me too.
It was chilly this morning.
It was, yeah. Alrighty. Yeah, 31 degrees. 31 degrees on Thursday night during the live stream. All right, big test. Here we go. going on there pretty good. Oh yeah.
You picked the windiest day of the year to do this.
I did, didn't I? Yeah. Probably should wear a bee suit when you do this. Make it look that reflective or white.
I'd probably put the reflective out, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
If a bee sees himself in the reflection, will he fly in?
It ain't that. I don't think it's that reflective, is it? All right, let's at least get some on there. Let me get some tape cut. Gonna bring it up just above that super. There. That'd be enough for us to get it situated, hold it in place. So there may be days in the wintertime when I want to slip this off. Like today it's going to be, I think, highs, mid 60s maybe. And for my winter, if I get a day in the mid 60s, that creates a lot of heat hitting the side of the box. And I may be tempted to come out here and take it off. But I don't want my windy north wind to destroy this. So I'm thinking about just putting a few more strips of tape. A roll of this tape wasn't too bad. So I think I maybe just maybe 3 more strips of this tape. And that way, if I want to take it off, I just cut the tape right here and I can slip it off the back. That made a bee mad, that noise did.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah. That was definitely a noise that the bees did not like. Maybe I'll do it out here first. Get one down low.
What kind of people work by a beehive without a suit on?
Yeah, you know, here they all come. What'd they do, smell me? Because they all came out then.
I'll bet it's a noise.
Yeah. Well, that's what I like right there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that worked out pretty good. I like the way that it fit on there. It had a little tension to make it tight. And yeah, it's going to be good for winter. Now, this hive is facing the north, and this is just going to be a little bit more. But I know some of you may not have heard me say this earlier, but what I'm doing at the top here, this is a liquid feeder box right now. I've got pint jars in there. But in the wintertime, I'm going to take this board off and put my Winter Be Kind on there. So this comes off, Winter Be Kind goes on, and then the top goes down over the Winter Be Kind. So the Winter Be Kind will still have enough room for this top. You always have to remember not to bring this up too tall, or you may not be able to get your top back on. So this is going to work out perfectly. Hopefully. Hello, my friends. David Burns here. I'm pumped and excited to tell you guys about feeding your bees in the fall. I'm going to take you on a tour of how I'm feeding my bees right now in a community feeder. Now, some of you may not be able to do this. Check with your state first. But I find it and have found it over the years to be very effective preventing robbing, because bees have a place to go and get a lot of what appears to them to be nectar, so they don't go into all my other hives and start robbing. Now, a lot of my hives today are actually going out on goldenrod. As you can see here, look at the goldenrod. This is just a little patch in my yard, but all around my area here in central Illinois, we have a lot of goldenrod. So the bees are actually out there collecting a lot of goldenrod right now. So look at how busy this hive is. And the date here today is September the 10th, pretty late, you know, for summer, right? But you can see how busy the bees are. All my colonies are like this. I'll try to get through here without getting bees in my hair, but see how busy this hive is. But I have started feeding my bees in a community feeder as well. Busy hives, bringing in a lot of stuff. This one here, not so busy. And then we have this one here, pretty busy. Now, a lot of these are going to a feeder I want to show you, and you're going to be shocked. Patrick and I have got to take you guys through my Lands hive here. I've had it for 2 years now. But notice the front, you don't see them foraging much or really headed out for that syrup supply over there. It looks like a typical day at the farm here. Let's look at this hive here. Big hive. Gosh, 3 supers above a queen excluder. So here, I would say average coming and going for this time of the year. Doesn't really look like they have found out about the syrup, or they don't really care or something. Of all the hives on the property, these are the ones hitting the syrup the most. More activity here. Probably not this one, but certainly this one. A lot more activity here on the syrup. And this one busier on the front. This one a lot busier on the front. Yep, that, the old flow hive here, pretty busy. Look at that super on top. Boy, that's seen its better days, hasn't it? Dang, that needs to be pulled out of commission, doesn't it? Look at this. Yeah, it's not bad on this side. It's that front, I guess. I just put in 3 gallons of sugar water. Do you hear it? All right, here we go. Wow, look at that. Look at that community feeder. So I don't know, I don't think there's much left in it. I had to put my hat and veil on because it is chaos. Nobody's going for pollen over there, but they're all going for the sugar water right there. So I got to refill that. Yikes, look at that, isn't that crazy? Amazing. So I'm going to show you how I mix up this sugar water for my bees on my way to the shop. Here's, if you've never seen, there's a few more rooms that way, but this is the main bee shop that I work out of. I film a lot over here sometimes, and I'm going to show you how I mix up this solution. I got some hot water in here. Oh, by the way, that's a LIVESTREAM studio. It probably don't know where it exists, but it's in the corner pocket of this big room. And over here, look at this. I've got a staged area where I take everything out that I need. When Patrick and I are filming, it's kind of a nice little organized shelf where I've got all my Oxalic stuff here, bee brushes, tools, marking pens, robber bandit gloves, all my Mite kit testing kits, my smoker, and, you know, things like that. So, cowboy hat up there. All right, let's get back to mixing the sugar up. So I'm going to show you how I do it. And so I start with half of this container filled with water. A lot of you question whether you should use the measurements by weight or by volume. I'll leave an image right here. You can kind of see the difference of percentages of sugar. It's such a small difference, it's not worth me fooling with. So I do 1 part water and then 1 part sugar. All right, and so let's go ahead and put the sugar in here. Oh no, first let's do the powder. Let's do the powder. You can use the same mixture in your jars if you want to do a quart. Yeah, I like to mix the powder first, and it dissolves pretty quickly like that. You can see it kind of turned it orange. Honeybee Healthy. Now, I do like Honeybee Healthy. It is a feeding stimulant. It does have some benefits to it. Beyond that, just the smallest amount that I can get in there, okay? Watch this. Oh, that is more than enough. How much is that? 10 drops. Let's say half a teaspoon. In open feeding like that, I don't need a lot. And that smells so strong. Now, the next thing I'm going to add is more protein, and that's going to be Amino B booster. So I do like getting protein into the bees this time of the year. So I'm going to add about this much, a little bit more, probably a teaspoon. This is a 2.5 gallon container. So I'm making 2.5 gallons. And I know you're going to leave comments wanting exact measurements if you make a pint, or if you make a gallon, or if you make 20 gallons. Do your own calculations. Whoa! Where are you, Patrick? I about broke my camera. Patrick's coming out day after tomorrow to film. I'm doing some filming on my own. So, okay, so now this is how to bring the sugar content up. So I'm going to pour it in there. This is a 10-pound bag. And, ooh, that took it all. Yeah, 1 to 1. All right, here we go. Now we got to stir up good. Now, the reason I have to do this inside, I early on would mix this outdoors. And oh my gosh, I would have, no matter where I went on my 5 acres, I would have 15, 20 bees in here right off the bat. I mean, as soon as they saw me mixing this, and then it just grows and they get in the water and they can't swim, you know. So we're going to take this back out there. Stay tuned. This is going to be brutal. I've got to pour it in there while there's, how many bees are out there? At least 20,000 bees are out there on it now. And I've got to add this again. And this will take them through the end of the day. Fortunately, I don't have to do that. I have to do this twice a day. So I'm feeding 5 gallons a day in an open feeder. And it is drained both times that I feed them 5 gallons. But this doesn't take care of the weaker hives. We saw one hive that was a little weaker, not sending out a lot of foragers. So that's why my Burns feeder board is really the best way to feed your bees, I think. Now, I am wearing my jacket. I'm not wearing my big bee suit because I don't need a big bee suit. Some of you have said, why aren't you wearing your bee suit? Why are you wearing your jacket? To me, each of these have their specific call, right? Sometimes I just need a hat and a veil. Sometimes I need a jacket. Sometimes I need a bee suit. So like I said in earlier videos, I need a bee suit when I do the Oxalic vaporization because I have to slide things in on my screen bottom board and that irritates the bees a little bit. But this job, I just want to make sure I don't have to worry about my hands and all, because when I pour that in there, they're going to be so flighty. They're not trying to sting me, but they're going to get in my hair. They're going to get caught in my sleeves. I don't want to deal with that. We got a lot more to show you in this video. I hope you're enjoying everything that I teach you guys in beekeeping. And please subscribe to my channel. A lot of you view my channel, but you're not subscribing yet. And I'm out here with bees all over me all the time, working bees, trying to help you be a better beekeeper. Hit the subscribe button right now. I appreciate it. Give me a thumbs up. Now let me show you more about feeding bees. All right, looks like this is the best place to stand right here. And indeed, it is bone dry. So let's fill her up. All right, 2.5 gallons. And like I said, I don't have many bees on my protein powder over there at all, the pollen substitute. Most of my bees right now are going just for the sugar water, and they're filling that up. They're taking that down very quickly. Well, of course, one of the ways I love to feed bees, and I really encourage you to feed your bees this way, and this takes care of bees that are maybe in a weaker colony that can't go out and forage in a community feeder, or maybe you're just not allowed to or don't want a community feed, then obviously this is my go-to method of feeding. It's a board that I actually created, invented. Take a look at how these bees are doing. Now, before I talk about another way to feed your bees this fall that I use is really helpful, I want to jump in here real quick and say, please join me for my live stream on Thursday. Just coming up, if you're watching this today, it's published. It's going to be coming out tomorrow, my live stream at 7 p.m. Central Time. I'm giving away a brand new Sting Stopper full bee suit, ventilated. I think it's 3 layers. It's awesome. I'm going to give that away at $200 value. So be sure and watch that live stream Thursday, September the 11th at 7 p.m. Central Time. Now let's get back in. Let me show you another way that's helpful to feed bees in the fall during a dearth. These have been on for about 1 week. This is the feeder board down there that I use. You can see the bees right here and how they're actually looking for more food. Seeing the screen there? But these are empty. You can change these out under the screen. Bees don't fly out and get you. And works really great. Let's fill those up too. In addition to giving my bees sugar water and the option for more protein powder, look at this. I'm also giving them plain water. Now look at that. I threw a sock in there so that it would help the bees suck out some of the moisture out of the sock. But look how they're going for the water-soaked log. They seem to like that pretty good. Getting some nutrition out of that decaying log, obviously. But look how their abdomens are just pumping as they drink that water. Probably taking it back to weaken down some honey so they can get it more diluted to feed their bees in the brood area. There also might be cooling the hive. It's about 86 degrees. It warmed up again. We had a cold snap. Now we got a warm snap. But feeding is a good, but giving them a good water source in the fall, because that can always be good too. Well, there's so many different things you can do with bees and different ways you can feed them. Again, I love to use my Burns feeder board. Many of you, hundreds if not thousands of you, are buying those this year, so thank you. That's a good way to feed a weak colony or even a strong colony in a time of dearth. And I know you're probably going through a dearth, minus the goldenrod right now, but you can see, even though there's goldenrod out there, you can see the bees are still very much interested in getting as much syrup as they can in order to beef up for winter. Now, a lot of beekeepers ask me questions about this goldenrod, and there are some bees on here now. And a lot of people feel like goldenrod just isn't the best of nectar source that beekeepers would want to use. Honey, you know, when you extract your honey, some people say it tastes different, it has a different flavor to it, and it does. I've harvested it in years past, and I do know it tastes different. Some people don't like the flavor. Some beekeepers even don't feel that it's good to overwinter with just goldenrod honey like this. I don't think it's bad. It is a single source. It's a single pollen source. You need a variety of pollen. But hey, it's better than nothing at all. If you want to see a video that I made recently about a package that I installed, I always like to keep one of our packages that we sell. I monitored it once a week for you here on YouTube. They said just go like this until they're spaced out good. Dang! Bing, 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 bing. I mean, it's not perfect, but, you know, commercial guys are in a hurry. That ain't bad. Is it better to use 10 frames or 9 frames? That's right. Some beekeepers only use 9 frames in their honey super. The idea, the thought process is that you'll get more honey from 9 frames than you would 10 frames, because 9 frames, they pull the wax out wider, and then when you harvest it, you have more honey. So we're going to use our first example here, a 9 frame. Hello, my friend, David Burns. Good to be with you today. Well, as you can see, I'm kind of running behind here, getting supers on. Bees are bringing in a lot of clover honey, and it's July the 3rd, and I always feel like you need to have all your supers on here in Illinois by July 3rd if you're going to get some honey. So I'm running behind a little bit. Today I'm going to pop in there and we're going to just put 3 supers on some hives here. Let's get started. So as you can see in this one, there's only 9 frames. And so what we have to do is space those out evenly. Let me drop over to the shade to do that. It's hot. So when you have 9 frames in a 10 frame box, it means if you left it like that, you're going to have crazy comb in there and you won't be able to do anything with it. So what we have to do is evenly space out the frames to get the bees to draw them out a little wider. But when I was working with commercial beekeepers, they taught me to take a 10 frame box with 9 frames in it, and they taught me to shake it. And if you shake it, most of the frames kind of get spaced out evenly. So let's give that a try and we'll see. They said just go like this until they're spaced out good. Dang! Bing, 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 bing. I mean, it's not perfect, but, you know, commercial guys are in a hurry. That ain't bad. So what we just need to do is fix it a little bit, kind of straighten them up a hair, right? But that was pretty good. Dang. I do use that trick sometimes. On a brand new super, it works really good. But this has a lot of sticky propolis everywhere. Yeah, so I just like to kind of even it out a little bit like this and kind of get the spacing correct. It's not going to mess up bee space that much because the bees are just wanting to work those drawn out comb. They're already drawn out nicely. I guess I should have showed you one. Let's do that. I'll show you this one. See, that's been harvested, drawn out, nothing in it. Same over here, black foundation. Yeah, so that's what all of them look like. And another way that you can evenly space out your frames is with this device. And you use it, it works really good on, you know, brand new super. You take out one frame, and this is a 10 frame divider made for 9 frames. So it's a 10 frame, made for a 10 frame box, but it's so that you can evenly space out your 9 frames, okay? And that I did pretty good. I'm not going to change it, but and that little blue tag there, we used this at EAS on the Master Beekeeper Field Exam one year. We had a bunch of items people had to identify, but yeah, you can just use that to evenly space out 9 frames in a 10 frame box. But I want to talk about another thing that I don't like that much, and I did use it this year somewhere. But over here, there's a metal rest that has 9 slots in it. And the reason I don't like it, it collects a lot of propolis, and small hive beetles can get in there really bad. So as you can see here, this metal frame rest is made spaced out evenly for 9 frames. Now when I cleaned it this year by using a torch to burn away the propolis. This one probably won't be bad for a small hive beetle because it's so propolized. But you can see this is a metal frame rest that you can put in there for 9 frames in a super. Okay, so we're ready to put that on the hive. We're going to see if this 9 frame honey super will bring us more honey than a 10 frame super. All right, let's open this up. Plastic top cover, that's what I really enjoy about plastic. They stay the same. You don't have to worry about hurting them, breaking them apart. Lift that top off slowly. Let the bees get used to the light and the air. And then I like to rotate it over, check for small hive beetle. Oh yeah, look at this hive. This is interesting. I put new foundation on here. New foundation on 625. Too early to put a super on. Yep, forgot that I did that. Let's close that up and move down the line. They got room to, it's a little too early. I like to get 5 to 7 frames drawn out in this box before I add the next box. So let's go down the horn a little bit. This hive's leaning. We're going to fix that. Let's see how they're doing in the top deep. It weighs so much more than it looks. Well, I'm going to pop in here real quick and while we're inspecting this hive and let you know that on July the 17th, I've got a live stream coming up and I'm excited. We're going to have $1,000 worth of giveaways because it's going to be my 1,000th video that we're going to make during the live stream on July 17th. I'll leave a link right here. And I'd love to see 1,000 viewers on the live stream at one time. So be sure and join me then. Okay, if you think a frame is coming up with you, I like to look and see. No, it's just tight. No small hive beetle. All right, these frames are packed. So let's go ahead and put our 9 frame super on this hive. Grab it over here. There we go. Wow, that's going to be sticky. It went down into some propolis. Yes, sir. Square it up, both corners. All right, I'm going to push it down a little bit with my top cover. Yeah, that's good. All right, we got 2 more to put on. Let me see which hive needs it the worst. Definitely that hive on the end. Let's give this hive here a super. And we're going to do a 10 frame super over here. It's a traditional 10 framer. A lot of bees in this hive. They're going to be ready and wanting a super. I like to smoke as I kind of open up that top a little bit. That'll help calm the bees down before you lift the lid off. Oh, in this hive, this is a different bottom board. This is the back, believe it or not. The bees are flying, approaching from the back, walking underneath, and walking all the way to the front. Isn't that weird? Yeah. I've never seen bees do that before. Oh yeah, very good. No small hive beetle. And I'm going to smoke them a little bit. You've heard me talk about wax on the top of the frame. I don't see any, but I can tell right here, that's new wax. See how white that is? So they're charged up, ready for a super. Yep. I happen to have one right here on it's drawn out foundation from last year, but it has a bad corner in it. All right, so it has that corner right here that we're going to have to probably correct. I want to get a close-up of that, Patrick. Yeah, this super has a little bit of a breaking point right here. Now this corner too is not in the best of shape. We'll watch that if we need to. I'll use a little tape to get me through another season. But this just damage, when you have boxes forever like I have, and you're always going in like this and prying them, you can destroy these corners like that. All right, well, we're ready for a lid there. One more to do. Let's do one more. So I have a hive down here that's a little different. It's in a single deep, and boy, if I put a super on there, they're really going to go up here and turn this into another brood area. And it's fun to experiment to see, you know, what happens if I try to run a single deep. Can I get this single deep through the winter? So my option would be to put a queen excluder on underneath this super and keep them down. Let's get this one ready here. Let's go down and take a look. This is going to be, might be a tough hive to open up. There's a lot of bees in there. They are full. Yeah, I just like to experiment. A lot of people say, you know, what's it like running single deeps? Illinois, I've never done it because I really need 2 deeps to get through the winter. So might start experimenting with this one. So I'm going to be careful to gingerly open up this full box of bees. Bare-handed and bare-armed. All right. Yeah, they're packed. So what I'll do here is grab this super, and I'm going to actually put this on here without a queen excluder to begin with. And then that will allow me a chance to monitor my queen up in this box. I'll keep pushing her down. Let's just see if we can run it with a single deep. Maybe a single deep and make us a lot of honey. I notice I have a problem with this box. Let me show you. Where was it? It's on your side? Oh, here it is over here. Yeah, look at that. I'm a poor beekeeper. I can't afford good supers. Yeah, I'll get a little something to temporarily block that off because I don't want them to get in there and start robbing. The bees might be able to propolize that, but I'll keep an eye on that. Well, that was a fun time out in the bee yard, and I want to spend a moment here and have a little coffee time with you. And this is the time when we always talk about some life principles, and it's a time when I can encourage you and inspire you, empower you, not only in beekeeping, but maybe in life itself. So let me get a sip of water here. Yeah, all right. Well, I'm actually in front of what used to be, we used to have a honeybee store where we sold beekeeping equipment and beekeeping supplies. And then 2020, COVID and all that, you know, we weren't able to operate it. And at that point, we closed our store, and everything is all online. Although we've been online forever, we just made it transitioned out of having a store. So this is in a lot of my videos. If you look back many, many years ago. Maybe as much as nearly 2 decades ago. You'll see me sitting here, a much younger man. You'll see me sitting out front of this store I had a picnic table. How many of you remember me sitting out front on my picnic table right out here? Leave a comment below. It was a very old picnic table. Sorry to say, it was so bad off, we finally got rid of it. We had to throw it on the burn pile. We couldn't figure out the wood wasn't good enough to make anything out of it. No, it wasn't. It was just too rotted. You know how picnic tables always exposed to outdoors and all. But today I want to give you some really encouraging words. And it's a phrase that I heard growing up that my dad was unrelenting on saying it over and over to us children. I have an older brother that's about 3 years older than me. Yeah, and my sister is about 7 years older than me. I was the youngest. I was youngest, which meant, I think back in the 60s and 70s, it seemed like, at least my family, the youngest, the parents kind of got worn out of having children. They made a big deal when the firstborn goes to school or gets their license or get married or has a 16th birthday. By the time the third one, has all those things happening, it's like, yeah, boring, we've done all that. But no, I don't know if that's true, but it seemed like it for me. So I thought I'd share a phrase that my dad really kicked around a lot, and he was serious about it too. I got some notes on my phone here. And the phrase is, he would say to me all the time, David, nothing is impossible. That's what he would tell me over and over again. Nothing is impossible. Now, my dad was a devout Christian man. And, he would say, with God, all things are possible. And nothing is impossible. And I thought I'd share that with you guys about the impact that phrase has had on my life and how maybe it can help you, okay? Obviously, there are things that are impossible. For example, when I was in my early 20s, I was inspired by a great cyclist, American cyclist named Greg LeMond. And I think he's a year younger than I am, actually. But anyway, he inspired me because I was just beginning to get into racing on my bicycle racing. And he was doing the Tour de France, of course, and I may have my numbers wrong, but I believe he won it 3 times. And the last time he won it only by 8 seconds. And it's a lot of stages. I mean, 8 seconds is a close race. But I think he recently got the Congressional Medal of Honor or something like that. Outstanding cyclist. But anyway, he inspired me. I watched him and I thought, golly, he is doing outstanding as an American cyclist. And Tour de France, it's Europe. I mean, it's over there in high mountains and all. And anyway, I got inspired. I'm kind of embarrassed to admit this, but I got inspired to one day make it to be in the Tour de France. I didn't know that I wasn't really good enough of a cyclist at that time. And I just wasn't willing to put the time on the bike to get there. It's a good way to say it. I tried, I got pretty good at cycling and racing, but not that level. And it wasn't me. It wasn't meant to be. So now let's say, as old as I am, it's impossible for me to win the Tour de France. I mean, it's impossible. When you get older like me, you just don't have the body and the lungs and the motivation to do that. You got to be young. Most sports, you got to be young to really do good. But I do remember really feeling like I'm going to keep training hard. I'm going to do this. But some things are impossible. All right. I just want to say that up front. But on the other hand, nothing is impossible. Now, some of you may know the author Dan Brown, and I picked up a quote from him. Let's see if I can remember it. It said, he said that all things are possible. The impossible just takes longer. I love that. And I think that's so true. Well, for me, I have had times in my life where I face impossible odds against me in many different areas of life. I can remember one time I was trying to achieve, I don't know how to say this, I can't go into the details of it, but I was trying to achieve a level of as an instructor, let's just call it that. I was going to be an instructor, not in beekeeping, and to do that, I didn't meet the qualifications to be that instructor just yet. Instructor is not the right word, but I can't think of a better word. And so I needed certification in a few more areas first before I could even be considered. So anyway, I worked hard and I got certified in those other areas in order to apply to be this instructor. And everybody was like, no, you can't do that. You won't be able to do that. It's not given that way. And so anyway, I said, dadgummit, I'm gonna try, right? So I've got that spirit in me that says, if you tell me I can't do it, I'm gonna do everything I can to prove you wrong. I'm really competitive in nature, unhealthily, is that a word? I'm competitive in an unhealthy way. Let's put it that way. Getting better, but I'm still a very competitive person. Anyway, I did achieve that. I applied for it and I got it. And it was funny because I did it for maybe a year and I didn't like it. It was much too dangerous. It was extremely dangerous. Let's just say I really thought I was going to lose my life doing this once I achieved it. So I gave it up. I was like, phew, I will never do that again. It's funny how you get into something, you think it's going to be like, oh man, if I can do that, that'd be the top level. I'm going to be like, and then you get there and think, yikes, I don't like being up here anymore. I need to go somewhere else, you know. So sometimes, well, my dad had a funny phrase. My dad said there are two bad things that can happen to you in life. My dad had so many great phrases, but he said, one of them is not getting what you really want. That's a bad place to be. And the second place, he said, it's getting what you really want. That's another bad place to be. He was right. I got what I wanted, and then I didn't like what I had. So, you know, you got to always kind of weigh all these things out about how nothing is impossible. All things are possible. I'm wondering what kind of things you're going through maybe, and you're wanting to achieve certain things that are, maybe they are out of your reach right now, but you feel like you could do it if you put more effort into it. I do believe that with things that people do, I think some people are meant to do it. I really do. I believe that. I know people that are doing things that are just incredible, and it's beyond kind of what they're able to do, but they're doing it. And I believe, now I don't know what your beliefs are, philosophical or religious beliefs. I don't really care. It doesn't bother me, but I'm just saying, I don't know how to word this. If you believe in God, or if you believe in the universe, higher power, put your idea in there. But I believe, I'll call it universe for now, but I believe the universe has a plan, a purpose for you and all of us. And I think as we navigate through life, you know, we kind of go to college. We think, I went to college, I thought I was going to be that and this, and then it wasn't what I wanted to do. And, you know, you just get guided along by this current of something that kind of takes you to where you really are best fit to help the world, I think. That sounds crazy, but I don't know how else to say it. But I believe there are some people that are really impacting it doesn't have to be big, it doesn't have to be famous, I mean, but they're impacting their corner of the world, their family, their children, their co-workers, their friends. They're making a huge impact in the world. And we need everyone to make a great impact and help each other. And you know, that's really something that I've said a lot, that we really need to be a positive force of energy, of love, of kindness to be spread in the world that we live in, to help the world. And so I read another quote that said, this is St. Francis of Assisi. He said, start by doing what is necessary, and suddenly you are doing the impossible. And I think that fits me and you quite well. I mean, even in beekeeping, we all started beekeeping probably thinking, I'm going to do the necessary things in beekeeping, right? It's necessary to dump a package or a nucleus into a bigger hive and let them grow. That's necessary. It's necessary to learn the basics to help them. And then before long, we find ourselves doing what at one time we thought was impossible. We find ourselves making queens. Wow, I never thought I could make queens. We find ourselves making a split. And we thought, I don't think I could ever make a split. Wow, here I am making a split. Or I started with one hive, now I've got 1,500 hives. I never thought I'd get that big. But start by doing the necessary, and then you'll find yourself doing the impossible. That's really good. That's encouraging. That's empowering, isn't it? Sometimes you feel like, I'm just going through the motions. I'm just doing the essentials. And before long, you realize your step-by-step essentials that you're doing got you to a place where you're doing the impossible. I think that's pretty cool. But within all of this impossibility, within all of the things that we struggle with achieving things that are beyond our reach, or we think anyway, no matter where you're at in life, your age, no matter, how much money you have or don't have, whatever your station in life is, there are things that right now in your mind that you're probably thinking, those are impossible. Those are things I wish I could accomplish, but they're just out of my reach. They're impossible. But I think really the truth behind us reaching the impossible is putting in the time. I really do. I think we have to put in our time and we have to work hard at it. There are some people that have achieved the impossible without working hard at it. And that is a very elite group of people. That is a very small, tiny fraction of people. How they do it, I don't know. They just were able to do it without any hard work. Some people are that way. I think with beekeeping comes easy for me. I don't mean to say that arrogantly. I say it with great humility. And I don't mean to say it that would make you feel like, oh no, I thought he worked hard to be a beekeeper. I did. I made a lot of mistakes. I lost a lot of money in beekeeping in the beginning. And I made a fool of myself so many times in beekeeping. Don't get me wrong. But I kind of watch beekeepers. I kind of talk to beekeepers. And I can just tell there are many things about beekeeping that is just really, it comes to me. It's easy for me to understand. I can just flow that way without much resistance. Where other things are harder for me to grasp at times. They're harder for me to understand. I have to spend more time and energy doing it. So there's that. Now, let's get back to what I was saying. I think all of us have to work hard when we want to achieve the impossible. It's going to take us spending time doing it over and over and over again. I'm working on a project unrelated to beekeeping, and I'm trying to achieve something. In order for me to achieve it, I have to really work about an hour a day doing that same small thing over and over again to get really good at it. And I like it. It's fun, but it's slow going. But I'm going to do it one day. That's my goal. And I might share it with you if I ever achieve it. I shouldn't talk like that. That's the other thing. If you want to accomplish the impossible, you've got to talk like you're going to do it. Because a lot of times it is all in our mind that we can't do it. We convince ourselves we can't do it. You got to convince yourself you can do it. And you got to hang out with people that believe in you, encourage you, and they empower you like I'm doing now. I'm encouraging to keep doing it. Stay with it. Whatever it is in your life, be inspired by it. It can be something that is way out there and you're nervous about it, you're worried about it, whatever it is, you'll get through it. You know, we all do. And you just got to believe that you can. But let me talk a minute about hard work. I think hard work is kind of getting a bad name nowadays. In 2025, in a lot of circles, hard work isn't really looked upon like it once was. You know, I was raised in the 60s, and I was taught by my dad, by my coaches at school, oh gosh, by the Boy Scout leader. I was taught by friends and family, aunts and uncles, mom and dad, that work hard, boy. I really was. I mean, I was doing things, and you know what I'm talking about. I'm not saying this to brag. I'm saying in fact, it was a little bit too much hard work, I think. But as a kid, you know, we had to do things that kids don't have to do today. My parents asked me to do things as a young child that young children don't have to do today. They're not asked to do it. And I would have to mow the yard at a young age, very young age. I was asked to chop wood at a very young age. I was taught how to change oil in a car at a much too young age. I was taught how to wire houses way too young. You know, I was taught how to shoot handguns and rifles and shotguns way too young, you know, in my opinion. You know, so, and I was taught that you had to work hard. My dad would always tell me, you got to work hard. You want to get somewhere in life, you got to work hard. If you don't work hard, he would say, you're gonna not get to where you want to be. No one gets to be where they want to be unless they want to work hard. Now, one of the first jobs I had, I worked in the fields. I lived in Illinois when I was an early teenager, and I actually had to go out in the cornfields, and we would cut down weird looking or taller size corn for seed corn, you know, rogue corn and all that. So I would be walking cornfields in the summer. I did that when I went to college, but that was really tough work. I mean, it was hot, humid. We'd get out there and a thunderstorm would come. You'd be a mile into a cornfield. You have to cowboy up and just stay out there in the rain and lightning, and snakes are out there, and you're working in just extremely hot. At lunch, we had like 45-minute lunch break, and I would just lay down and take a nap. That's how exhausted I was. But there were times where I did that kind of hard work, but that was my first job. And then when I turned 16, I didn't know much about getting a job, but I walked into a company and I said, I need to speak about getting a job. And so they said, okay, upstairs, take a right or left, and you'll see the human resource office. Knock on the door, right? So I went in there and said, hi, I'm David Burns. I think I knew enough to dress up nice and everything. And I said, I'm looking for a summer job. I'm in school. I'm 16. And anyway, they hired me. And so my first job, I was a security guard / janitor / boiler operator. I did all those three things. And I was on the night shift, the third shift, when that big company was closed and nobody was there working. And it was my first day on the job. They gave me a company manual this big, you know, and I had to kind of memorize that. Anyway, I was supposed to make a round as a security guard every hour, and then I had places I had to clean, and then I had to keep this big coal furnace going. It fed itself, but I had to clean out clinkers, and I actually injured myself doing that. Had to have a hernia surgery at 18 years old playing with that furnace. Anyway, but I remember the first day I was at that job in that big company factory, and it made all kind of noises, you know, air compressors kicking on, scaring me to death. I was 16 years old. It was really shocking. But those were the first kind of introduction to working hard. But I decided this, folks, listen to this. I had to clean toilets and secretary's desk at night when everybody was shut down. I cleaned places, and I didn't regret that at all. I didn't feel bad that I was a janitor. I was happy to have a job, making money. And I cleaned the best I could clean. When I cleaned and I swept, you know, a lot of people don't know how to sweep. My dad taught me how to sweep. And you take a broom and he would teach me, you know, how to really clean a floor with a broom. A lot of people don't know that. I'm telling you, they don't know. You know what I'm talking about? I knew how to mop. I knew how to mop like Navy guys mop. You know what I mean? That big mop that you have to squeeze out, the big old hair, the big old strands on the mop, clean out your water and all that. But I took the time because I wanted to impress my boss. I wanted to be the best darn janitor they'd ever had. And people complimented me on my work. And I was proud of that. I didn't take any shame in being a janitor. When I got into college later on, I needed a job, another job. I think I had a couple of 3 jobs, but at night, I would clean offices in Lincoln, Illinois. And so I went to banks. Lo and behold, I was in a bank at night. But I'd clean offices, and I did the best job I could. My boss told me, he said, now at the bank, everybody in that bank is going to be looking for fingerprints the next day. You cannot leave a fingerprint anywhere on anything. On the countertops, on desk chairs, these arms on everything has to be polished, you know. I gave it my best. I work hard. And in beekeeping and in making you guys videos like this, you can see that comes out, doesn't it? I really work hard making videos for you because I want you to be the best beekeeper you can be. And that means that even though you watch my videos, I expect you to do your part. You're going to have to learn what I'm teaching you, and you're going to have to go out there, cowboy up, and you're going to have to really work hard too to make it work for you, right? Now, all of us can't work at the same amount of level of hardness. We all can't go out there and, you know, we have restrictions on maybe our health, our time. I get that. I have no problem with that. If you don't have time to keep bees the way that you should, I am not the guy to get on to you about that. Some people will be mean and ugly about it. Well, if you don't have time to keep bees the way you shouldn't keep bees. You're making a mite bomb. Shame on you. Get out of our club. I'm not that guy. Come on. Come on. You want to keep bees and you just barely got a little bit of time? Hey, do the best you can with the time you got. All right? That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. You got a little bit of money. You can't afford to buy bees. You got to make your own equipment. I get that. I spent the early part of my life I made my own hives. That's why I started a beekeeping company years ago making hives, because I didn't have the money to buy hives either. Oh, I get that. That's okay. That's cool. Nothing wrong with that. There's no shame in that. What I like so much that in my early days when I didn't have a nickel to rub against a nickel, what I like the most about that, I hope I never have to be that poor again. But if I do, I know how to do poor. Okay? I'm not going to like it. I'll tell you that. But if I have to do poor again, I've done it before. I'll do it again, and I'll pull myself up out of that with my bootstraps again if I have to. Lord, I hope I don't have to. But if I do, I'm not scared of it. All right? I'll work hard. I'll polish what I have to polish. I'll be a janitor, whatever. I'm hoping I can keep making a living on bees. And fingers crossed on that one. I saw a meme. It was kind of funny. It showed a beekeeper holding up a frame of bees, and you can read it. And it says it. I should probably find it and read it to you. Let me do that real quick. It was funny. A beekeeper sent this to me, and I really liked it because it kind of explained what we face in beekeeping. That, you know, we don't always realize what it's going to be like when we start. But it shows a picture of a person, an individual holding up a frame of bees, and it says, she doesn't know yet, but these bees are going to swarm 3 times, fail to raise a new queen, kill the $50 queen she gives them, and allow workers to start laying drones unable to dwindle nearly to nothing before they accept a queen and not make any honey, and chug $200 worth of syrup this fall and probably, yeah, discover they died in the winter. That's really negative. But anyway, you get the idea. To avoid all of those things, beekeeping does take hard work, and it's not an easy thing. All right, guys, that's coffee time. I hope you enjoyed it. I've enjoyed talking with you, had fun with you, and I hope you realize that I'm just a plain old guy. I know that you might think I'm somebody special since I've got a YouTube channel, but that's not how it works. But I'm just a everyday guy helping you guys out, and what I know, and I'm working hard to know more. I keep telling you guys what I know and keep trying to encourage you to keep healthier bees, make fewer mistakes. And as we're getting ready to jump in these hives, I got my camera set at about your eye level, because every conference that I go to, everyone always says to me, "Oh my gosh, you're so much taller than I thought you were." And that's because I always have my camera way up here with me at the 7-foot level. And anyway, I wanted to show you guys, you've been asking me a lot about this hat that I wear in the bee yard, and a lot of you have been like, "Where did you get the hat? I want one just like it." It is the coolest looking thing ever. I got tired of wearing a bee suit. I don't like the shape of the hat sometimes, and this one by far really fits me good. It's kind of stylish if you care about that, and it's just fun to wear in the bee yard. It's got little straps you can poke your arms through, and it doesn't cost hardly anything at all. I wear it over, my bee jacket first, and I put this on. I have a bee jacket and I unzip the other hat and use this hat. So it got a lot of options. But anyway, I put cowboy up, get her done, cowboy up. And of course I got my EAS Certified Master Beekeeper pin that I earned mounted to the front of it there as well. So I like this hat. And yeah, I got a link in the description. And I like this little strap because sometimes when you lean over a hive, your hat will fall off and fall into the hive or fall down off your, your face or something. So this is a hat that I enjoy. Bees are going crazy. Good to be with you today. And today we're going to open up this hive, take a look at what's going on, and we got a coffee time coming up afterwards. So stay tuned. Let's dive in. As we get started on the hive today, I always like to smoke the entrance. And if you notice today, I'm going to be working the hive without any gloves on. I like to do both. Sometimes I have to wear gloves because the hive is just a little more defensive and I don't want to get stung a lot. But sometimes the hive is busy and I can work barehanded. Some of you may be working on your Master Beekeeper certification with EAS. That's coming up here shortly in a few weeks for me. I can't wait to go there. And on our website, we actually say that working a hive with gloves on is discouraged. If you have to do it, you have to, but we like to see people work hives without their gloves on. Now, sometimes you can't. And working a hive without your gloves on means that you spend a little time making sure that you got a good quality, easy going queen, that all of her daughters, are gentle. So that makes a difference too, right? I don't remember this hive. I like to open that lid away from me like this, and then I'm going to set it behind the hive so I can put a deep box there. And I checked briefly if there were small hive beetle on the lid. I didn't see any. So this is the hive that's doing really good. An important beekeeping tip I want to show you is once you open the hive, if you just start looking between the frames, if you notice right there, look how that's capped over. Okay? And the next one is capped over. And if you just go across here, you see that all the way over here, probably capped over too. So what we're going to see here is the middle section will be brood. As we get further over here, it will be honey capped over. This hive needs a super yesterday. So I like to teach also this. If you follow this seam right here between the hives, I want you to see if I can hold my microphone out of the way, but let's just glide through here. Look at how many bees are kind of looking up at us. Do you see that? That means you need to smoke the hive. It's not too bad. But if there's a lot of bees that aren't really doing anything but looking at you and wondering, like right there, look at that. Look at those bees looking at us. Do you see that? And that's time to smoke. So let's smoke them. And anytime you see brand new wax on the top of your frames like this, it means you're a little late getting another box on it. This has 2 deeps, so they're ready for a honey super. We're going to put a honey super on here when we're done. But we just want to see what the condition of this hive is, okay? All right. By the way, when you smoke a hive like this and you're done smoking, give your smoker a whole bunch of puffs to keep it going before you set it down. And of course, when you pick it up, give it a whole bunch of puffs. All right, let's pick up this frame right here against the wall and we'll see what it looks like. See, well, this first frame will let us know their temperament as well. If we need to go get a bee suit on and some gloves, you know. All right. Boy, that is heavy. Heavy loaded with honey. I need to pull a little bit slower. And then I'm going to set it right here to re-grip it. Be careful not to smash any bees. All right. All right, good. It takes me a little longer to do my inspections because I'm filming and doing things like this, setting up scenes, but look at that frame of honey. Wow. And on the wall side, completely capped over. Look at that, almost, a little bit at the bottom. Now that's a frame of honey. Look how all that wax is brand new. We're going to set it outside the hive. I like to set them on the side. I see some people setting frames on the front, leaning up against the entrance of the hive. I don't like to do that. And that's because I believe that it changes the appearance of the landing runway enough where bees are a little bit confused when they're coming in when they see a frame sitting there. On the side, it's where I can see it and I can watch it, and it's where the bees can't see it. Okay, so when we're inspecting a hive like this, these frames are extremely heavy. Get ready. A lot of you don't realize, if you're new to beekeeping, how heavy these frames are. Okay, the queen has laid a little bit of brood over here, and it's been drone brood. Look at that. Yep. So we're going to put that in the hive. That was not a queen cell I saw. And I'm going to bring it all the way to the wall, almost. I'm going to put it in a position where it stays when I'm done inspecting. Pick up my smoker, puff it a few times, puff across the top, calm the bees down, puff it a few times, set it down. I'm setting it down on top of another hive behind me. How you doing, friends? Thanks for joining me. If you don't know me, if this is your first time, I'm David Burns. I'm an EAS certified master beekeeper. I got certified in 2010 and been making videos here on YouTube since 2008. Long time ago. Wow. Look at that frame of brood, capped over pupae. Some are emerging. Good brood pattern. It's a lot of brood. Ow, forgot to take off my watch. And I got stung on my watch. Let me get that stinger out and take my watch off. Let me just show you right quick. See right here? Let's see. Right at the tip there. Darn it. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So scraping it out with my hive tool. Edge of my hive tool. There you go. I got it out. That hurt. So let's take this watch off. It makes a noise or something. Woo! That kind of woke me up a little bit. Wasn't expecting that. And what I like to do when I get stung like that, I will smoke the area right here. See that? I want to mask the alarm pheromone with my smoke. I don't know if that'll work, but I hope so. All right, let's see if we can get by with barehandedness without my Apple Watch on. You guys should remind me. when I make a video and I have my watch on. Oh no, David, your watch. Take off your watch, you're going to get stung. Landy Simone is a good friend of mine out east, and we do a lot of bee work together at EAS and such, and she was the first one to tell me that, man, when she wears her watch, her Apple Watch, the bees don't like it. And I said, oh, I've never noticed my bees not liking my watch. But then she said it and jinxed it or something. Now they sting me when I wear a watch. All right, let's work a little slow motion here, a little slower. That's good. Alrighty. I'm just looking at all the different things that I might see on a beehive frame, like eggs, brood, larvae, and of course, let you find the queen here. Go. You have 5 seconds to find the queen. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1000. Did you find her? Okay, I'll circle her right now, and you'll say, oh, yeah, I see her. Okay. So the queen's in the top deep box, deep frame there. Now, a lot of times what you might consider doing is taking this frame and either caging the queen so that you don't harm her if you continue to manipulate your frames, or you can set this frame out with the queen on it. So what you're looking for when you do an inspection, and especially if it's a quick inspection, one that I like to do every 2 weeks, I'm looking for the queen and I'm looking for her brood pattern. And I will glance to see things like we've already looked, you know, what's the condition of all the amount of brood, and what's the condition and the amount of resources. And so in this case, they have plenty of resources. And I'm not worried about the brood because I see the queen is here and she's, you know, walking around. But I do want to, and I have seen a frame of cap brood. And so here's, you know, another good frame of cap brood ready to emerge. You can see here. And we'll flip it over. This is heavy. Another whole frame of cap brood. And so we saw the queen. We see brood. It wouldn't hurt to see eggs. And to see eggs, we have to work a little bit further from the middle away from these cap brood frames. So let's see if we can find a frame of eggs. I don't really need to go to the bottom deep, thankfully. It's a very hot day today. This is the last day of June. Tomorrow's July 1st. Oh my gosh. It's time's going fast, isn't it? Hope you have some great 4th of July weekend plans. Don't forget, I got a coffee time coming up in just a minute or two here. So be sure to stay tuned. I want to encourage you guys. You can tell when you're going to get a frame of eggs on the weight when you start to pull it up. I have young larvae here that's about 4 days old. On this side, all nectar. Let's look at the next frame. Smoke between frames. If you're going gloveless and you have time to keep your, you know, hive very calm, we're working in the shade. This spot over here is sunny all day until about 3:30 in the afternoon, and then the tree provides shade, and I like that. That's why I'm over here. What about small hive beetles? Well, it's not that much shade. It's still a lot of sun during the day. And beetles, I haven't had any beetle problems at all this year. It's been amazing. I had some big drones coming in for a landing today. An unsuccessful drone mating flight, or he wouldn't have come back. Again, another frame of brood capped over. Another frame of brood capped over. A lot of good brood today we're seeing. We don't have to see eggs. We're going to look at 1 or 2 more. Notice my technique of using the hive tool to separate the edges of the frame over here, going across slowly and twisting the hive tool, and then I'm ready to grip it with my fingers, get my bees off of my hands and out of the way, and then wiggle it a little bit and then pull it up. slowly. Work in slow motion. Things will go much better. This is a wonderful frame of larvae. Probably has eggs on it. It's younger. It's kind of dark, I know, but look at that. Isn't that great? Okay, so let's go ahead and put a super on here, okay? We are working our way across these frames so we can drop the other honey frame toward that wall over there. But that's one option. Or what we can also do now is just scoot them all back. Since they're all pretty tight together, let's scoot them back. Let me show you how I do that. All right, so we can smoke the hive like this, and then we can scoot the frames since they're all close together already. And we're going to try to make room for the frame that we took out without having to shift each frame. And since they're tight together at the edges, we don't run the risk of injuring our queen. However, this very last two that meet over here, we have to make sure that we don't have bees in between that gap. We'll keep trying to work that closed. Now you can take your hive tool down in the hive and push the frames to close that gap over there. Do you see that technique? Don't dig into the comb, but you can push it like that. Now we have a large gap here, but we have a large frame to put in there. And I have a lot of bees around my face that are telling me that they don't appreciate me being in the hive anymore. Nice of them to tell me that, isn't it? Ooh, that's heavy. Okay, we'll let it slide down by itself there. And let's go get our super. My gosh, they're after me. Oh, that's an 8 frame on top? We don't care about an 8 frame. That's a 10 frame, but it's all damaged. Okay, here's our honey super. Before we put our honey super on, let's smoke the bees a little bit. We try to smoke them off the edges so we can minimize any bees that we may accidentally kill by putting boxes together. Yeah, we do a pretty good job getting them out of the way there. And then we have a honey super that we harvested last year, and it's a dry super, and it's already drawn out, and we're slapping that baby on. Woo! They're going to be ready to do some work up in here. Let's smash some frames together a little tighter here. They're a little off. Let me look. Yeah, a little bit here. I like to keep everything kind of tight if I can. Okay, that's good. Let's put the top on it. And this hive is in good shape. I'm not going to worry about a queen excluder because I don't use queen excluders. We'll come back and make sure the queen doesn't get up there in about a week. But for now, what we want to do is have some coffee time. Oh, it's fun to be with you guys for coffee time. Look at that. I got actually no coffee, but I got some water because I'm burning up. I had to change my shirt. I got so wet out there. So what I want to do today is just sit back and share a little bit, few minutes with you guys as I wipe the sweat off. I was working those bees out there at about 93 degrees. It was really hot, even though I was in the shade. But I love working bees, and I just can't stay out of a hive. It's amazing how much I love working bees. Even when I speak at a conference, I will hunt down if you have bees on the property, and I will want to get in those bees. If you invite me to speak at your conference, you probably should allow time for me to be in a hive. If you want to maybe give an opportunity for me to even do an inspection and show some of your club members or conference or whatever, something, I'd be glad, just rather than staying in front of a podium all day. I'd love to get into the hive once in a while. So I love that. But I want to talk to you guys today about friendship. And I know some of you probably have discovered new friends. Maybe you've made new friends because of beekeeping, or maybe you were at a place in your life where you used to have a lot of friends and now you're getting maybe more advanced in age, older, and you don't have as many friends as you used to. And maybe you feel a little bit lonely and kind of wish you had friends. I know there'll be some of you that enjoy having friends, and then there's going to be some of you who probably feel like friends are a hassle. You know, they're a lot of work. And I've had friends in the past that they took a lot of maintenance for me to, keep them going. And if I didn't spend enough time with them, like excessive amount of time, then they felt like I wasn't doing my part of the friendship. And then I have other friends who I may only see once a month, once every 2 months. And we have that's a loud bird. And we have a great friendship, even though we don't see each other on a regular basis. I have some friends at the Eastern Apicultural Society. I go there once a year. I rarely see all of my friends there. Sometimes I see them at conferences, but once I see them once a year, it's like we just pick up where we left off. How important is it to have friends in our life? Well, one of my good friends is Dr. John Zavishlock. He and I met in 2009 at EAS, and we've been friends ever since. And we're both certified master beekeepers, and we both work with each other on a weekly basis, answering beekeeping questions or interacting with beekeeping stuff. And so he and I are very similar in our, approaches to beekeeping and life in general. And so it's fun to be around John. We talk, and he was here last week for almost a whole week. And we were working on a bee project. And so we had fun hanging out together, talking about bees and other things. And it's really good to have a friend that you can share something that you're interested in. I will say that most of the friends that I've made in my life has been associated with some sort of activity. I have a couple of hobbies that I do, and as a result of that, I hang out a lot with people in those hobbies. And as a result, I always say, hey, you want to go grab a bite to eat after something is over here? We're done with this. Let's go grab lunch, or let's go grab supper. My name's David. And so I've made a lot of friends that way. Now, they're not super close friends, but they're close enough where we can talk about that hobby and the things in the hobby, and we can have a good time together. I have made some very close friends that I've spent time with almost every day or every other day in my past. And I have actually held the hand of several friends as they died. And that was painful. There's just, there's a lot of different levels of friendships that we can have. But I think in beekeeping, it is fun to have friends because it's a time to share ideas. It's a time to share frustrations, and it's a time to get somebody else's opinion about something. And I feel like I'm your friend. And, a lot of you see me on every 2 or 3 days when I make a video, you'll watch the video. Thank you for watching. And a lot of times you feel that, you and me, we hang out together. We have a great friendship. I kind of wish we did, because when I go to a conference and I meet you, you know me and you know that side of the friendship, but I don't know the other side. And it's like, oh, I wish I knew you better. Anyway, I think it's really cool that friendships can be established through YouTube. And I want to say that I feel like we're friends. I really do. I see you on my live streams every Thursday night, 7 p.m. I see your name up there and we interact a bit there. I see you leaving comments. Some of you have been out to the apiary, my bee yard here, and worked bees with me. Some of you have actually traveled really far to be with me for a day or two. This year, I'm going to open it up to 3 more people, not at the same time, but individually. And so if you want to come, be my friend for the day, or you know, be together with me for a day. We'll remain friends after that. But I'd like for you to send an email to this email address right here. And you can say, yeah, I'd like to hang out with David in the bee yard for 1 day. It's probably going to be about 4 hours in the bee yard. And, you know, if you have to fly in, you can fly into Chicago and drive down, Indianapolis and drive down, Bloomington, Illinois, drive down. You can... It's about 2 to 3 hours to the East Airport. St. Louis, you can drive up from St. Louis. A lot of easy ways to fly in. Maybe you live in the area. But I'll look at the different things that you send me in the email. Tell me something about yourself. I'd prefer that you haven't been keeping bees very long. You know, 2 or 3 years tops. If you've been a beekeeper more than that, it's okay. But I'd like to help new beekeepers that quite haven't figured it out yet. But if you've kept bees a long time, you still want to come, you know, that's fine. I'm not going to be able to take everybody. Obviously, I'll probably get, you know, several responses. But I will pick 3 of you that that can come and just be my friend for the day. How about that? That'd be fun. And I think friendships are important. And we need somebody else to sometimes cry on their shoulder. We need somebody to celebrate and laugh with. I mean, it's frustrating to have a great victory in your life and not get to celebrate. Have you remember when we were kids, we'd get a Christmas present? The kind of the funnest part was showing it to your friends, showing it to your buddy, and look, oh my gosh, look what I got, right? And I remember one time we got a set of walkie-talkies. Well, what good are walkie-talkies if you don't have a friend? You know, and you get a bicycle. Okay, it's fun to ride a bike when I was a kid, but it's a lot more fun to ride bikes to the local grocery store with a friend and get a candy bar together. So friendship is fun. I'd like to hear what you're doing with your friends and kind of where you are in your friendship world. Leave a comment. Let me know how friendships are not working out for you. I will say, now that I'm a bit older, I have fewer friends than I used to. Some of that is that, you know, some of that is because my kids are grown and gone. We have Christian, he's 17, he's still at home, but, you know, I'm not interacting with PTA and 4-H and things that you naturally meet other parents at school or homeschool meetings or church and all those things. You know, my kids are grown like that. And so that reduces a lot of opportunities. So I know it gets a little harder to keep friends when you get older, but it is fun. Studies have shown that the more we interact and are social with other people, then that's better for us. And so if you haven't really gone out of your way to make friends, I know it can be entirely challenging if you're an introvert and you don't sometimes feel like you need friends. Sometimes you just need to make friends. Now, if you're not very good at, you know, your side of the friendship, I get it. I understand that. You can still interact and have friends, and you might need to limit the amount of time that you spend with your friend because it may overwhelm you. My wife is that person. Sherry enjoys being around people for a very small amount of time. I'm not kidding you. My wife has never liked talking on the phone. And so when I call Sherry up on the phone to say, hey, how's it going? You know, we've been married for 1,000 years, and I know now that she just wants the facts and get off the phone. And I'm fine with that, right? We're not the kind of people that would just sit on the phone and chat for a long time. Some people like to do that. But you might have a friend that is like that. Sherry likes having friends, but, you know, what is that old saying that friends can be like fish? You know, they can only be around so long and then you got to get rid of them. They start smelling. And so some people don't enjoy it. They get exhausted with a lot of friends and a lot of time with other people. They need time by themselves. I'm not that way. My life really is best when I'm around a large group of people and I interact with people. We laugh, we talk. I can do that until I fall asleep at night, until, I can do it from the morning till the evening. Sometimes I go to conferences, and sometimes the conference directors will say, oh, David, we hope you're not too overwhelmed by all the people that'll be talking to you all day long. You have to present, talk, eat lunch, talk in the hallways, talk in the bathroom. And I'm always like, no, I love to talk. Look, I remember a comment somebody left on YouTube years ago. Everybody wants to leave, a comment, and this one was kind of negative. And it said something like, you just love to hear yourself talk. Well, I'm not sure I love to hear myself talk, but I get what you're saying. Some people are more comfortable saying a lot of words at one time. I'm that person. And I couldn't have a YouTube channel if I wasn't comfortable talking a lot, because YouTube is all about talking, right? And so, yeah, guilty as charged. I don't know if I love to hear myself talk. It's kind of embarrassing. I don't watch my own videos, but I do like talking and encouraging people. And how else are you going to encourage people and be a friend with people unless you share your life with them and talk with them? So coffee time today. And I want to tell you, I've made a ton of friends here on YouTube, and man, it is great. And I hope that the friendships that we've made here on YouTube, that wherever you live, that you can talk to your state or your clubs or something and invite me to be a part of, your next club meeting or your conference or your state meeting or something. And we can squeeze out a meal together and hang out, because I see your loyalty to my website. That's fantastic. Hello, my friends. David Burns, pumped and excited to be out in the bee yard today. Look at these bees, man. They're going. We're going to get into this hive, me and you together. We're going to just explore and see if they got some queen cells. That's what I'm worried about. Right now, they're bringing in a lot of pollen this morning. And we're going to take a look. This is our first time to look at this hive after winter. So it'd be an exploration for both of us. Let's get in there and see what's up. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is take off the feeder. I've been feeding them for a long time, probably for, I guess, close to a month now. And many of you probably have purchased my feeder as well. I'm going to show you what it looks like. I created this feeder, and it works really good. Look at that. And I stopped feeding them once I started seeing dandelions. So these are the jars. I think I've filled them up 2 or 3 times. Got little holes in them. And you can see the bees working down in there. These feeder jars have my feeding additive in it. And you can see where some of the pollen and my additives are showing on the side of it. Gonna look at this hive. It's a not a bad day. The wind's starting to pick up back here where I've been moving some of my hives. I'm gonna hopefully move them all back here this week. I got a little berm here to shelter me from a south wind. For those of you brand new to beekeeping, I like to smoke the bees from the top when I first open them up, kind of settle them down. There'll be bees on the underside of this feeder. Let me show you. See that? So I'm just going to take and knock them down by tapping this. Some of you may still need to use those. All right, here we go. This is 2 deeps and a super, medium super here. And what usually happens for me, these had my winter bee kinds on them all year. And so what I usually find that happens is that I have brood up in here. Yeah, so we're going to smoke it and start lifting up some frames and see what it looks like. They are bringing in all colors of pollen: red, white, orange. April the 14th, which is a little bit early here in Illinois, but it's warming up sooner than normal, isn't it? For all of us, I think. What happens, this propolis is usually pretty sticky because it's only just about 65 degrees Fahrenheit right now. So the propolis is still pretty tight. And so we're going to just try not to break any frames on our first inspection. There's some pollen, red pollen up in here. All right, so if you see pollen up in here, yeah, a lot of bees have pollen on their back legs. What does that mean for this super? It means it has brood in it, right? They're carrying pollen all the way up here. So we got brood, which is par for the course for me. I like a lot of brood. All I do is I put a queen excluder under this one, and the brood will emerge and they'll start using it as a honey super. All right, so let's get these frames separated. Yeah, it's not too stuck together. Look at that propolis, it's how sticky it is. Using my J-hook hive tool to pry up this one closest to the wall. Get a grip underneath that one. We'll pull up this one. Not many bees are usually over here. That's why I like to pull this one up first. Look at that beautiful frame, capped over honey from last year. Yep. So we'll set this outside the hive just for a moment. And then that'll give us room, see, to pull all these other ones toward me and not have to kill any bees by pulling up a frame close to another frame. So we take our hive tool, pry this edge up, loosen it, do the same over here. Now we can lift it up. Notice where I put my hive tool when I'm working. Let's say I just lifted this side up over here with my hive tool. Watch where my hive tool goes. Right in my hand like that. And I still have my two fingers to work like this. If you wonder where to put the hive tool. Oh, look at that. Frame of honey. Beautiful. Yep, stored honey. So I fed them all winter long. So they probably didn't have to eat much of that stored honey up there. Ha ha. And now they have it to do something with this winter. Or this spring to start building up. Another frame of honey. We have a lot more to look at in this hive. I just want to pop in here and say, please subscribe and give me a thumbs up. Let me know that you like this video. Leave a comment below. It helps my video make it around to more beekeepers to help them out. I suspect we get in the middle, we'll see more. Oh yeah, this is very lightweight. All right, look at that. Oh, this is a beautiful frame of pollen. By the way, if you want to look at that up close, and you can see a lot of the bees walking around with pollen on their hind legs. I'm not sure how close it'll focus. If you notice here, what I see, maybe some of you are new and don't see this, but I see frames that I see cells that are open and ready for the queen to lay in, but there's no eggs. So I might be a little concerned, why isn't she laying in those prepared cells? So right now I just put that in my memory bank and I say there was a place for bees, for the queen to lay, and she wasn't laying. I'm moderately concerned. So I have to see eggs before I know I'm out of the woods. Another light frame with brood on it. Anytime it's light like that, we know it's good. Aha, I see beautiful eggs. And I know some of you tell me that it's very difficult for you to see eggs on my frames. My camera doesn't do it justice. Let me play around and see if I can get it a little bit closer, hold it just right. Do you see the eggs? I'll move it back. Yeah. Anyway, there's cells of eggs in there. That means you can tell how long ago the queen was there. So I'm going to look. The eggs are laying down on the bottom or the back of the cells. So she was there about 1.5 to 2 days ago. Look at that. You can see here's a drone. Mostly workers. There's a big drone right there. And this is capped over brood right here. Yep, up in the super. And again, I'm going to leave that there. Put a queen excluder under it, move the queen down, and then that way I can turn this back into a honey super. There's a beautiful back leg of green pollen right there. That's beautiful. The spring is a time where bees really bring in a lot of pollen. It's amazing. All right, another very light frame. Yep. Brood in various stages. While I'm looking at the brood, I'm looking for any signs of You guessed it. Oh, maybe you didn't guess it. Let's see if you can guess. What am I looking for that I'm afraid of? That I'm fearful. I want to make sure I don't have it. It's European foul brood. I don't want European foul brood, so I'm making sure when I look at larvae that it's healthy and pearly white. Not seeing the queen on these frames, I'm looking carefully. Yep. And you can see here more cells with larvae in it. They look healthy, and I see frames with eggs. And you can probably see drones, workers, everything's going on in there. It's amazing, isn't it? All right, let's take a look at the next frame. Let's smoke. You need to smoke about every 2 or 3 frames, just a gentle light blast of smoke, and that keeps the bees calm while you work them. If you forget and go too long, well, the bees could be defensive. Now, I like to inspect my hives in about 12 minutes when I'm not filming. But when I'm filming, it takes longer because I'm explaining things and I'm going slow for your benefit. Those of you that are brand new to beekeeping and maybe you haven't even started yet, look down here. You see some drone brood right here at the bottom. I'll bring it closer. Do you see that? And that drone brood is usually at the lower. That's not queen cells. We're looking for queen cells, but I don't see any yet. But that's just a little bit of drone brood at the bottom. More eggs, more larvae, looks good. Haven't spotted my queen yet. I do see more drones. For those of you that think you see the queen, that's a drone, that's a drone. There are just a lot of drones in here. The male honeybee, he's a little bit bigger. And some people confuse a queen with a drone. Everything looks good. Again, just want to show you this drone brood at the bottom and how those are not queen cells. You see that? I hope that's getting into the camera focus good. At the bottom there, that's just drone brood, not queen cells, because they're horizontal, not vertical. Queen cells are always going to be vertical, up and down. Well, we're going to run out of brood here, I think. Getting near the wall over here, that's going to be more honey. We might have one more frame of brood. Let's take a look. Good to be with you guys today. I hope you're enjoying this inspection after winter. What to look for. All right, look at this. Always a surprise what you see, right? So I'm going to show you this. I'm going to walk over closer to my camera. Maybe I'll just use this camera right here. So what do we have right here? Something that happens in the spring. And we need what? Drones, don't we? Look at that. Bunch of drone brood right there. Bees are having to make drone brood. Look at this purple-eyed pupae right here of a drone. Drone cells. I broke that open lifting the frame up. So they're raising drones to mate with virgin queens. Not their own queen, should they raise one, but for other hives. More of the same here. So what we're going to do here, now that we've inspected this, we're going to remove it and go deeper into the next deep, see what's going on down there. We're looking specifically for no European foul brood, and we're looking for queen cells and just how crowded this hive is so that we might consider making a split. Is it time to make a split? Oh, good question. Indeed it is. It's not only time to do it, but this hive probably needs it done. If they don't split, they're going to split. If I don't split them, they're going to split. All right, here we go. Looking across for any queen, looking at cells. Beautiful frame of pollen again. See the different color pollen. A little bit of honey there at the top. You might see some bees with their back legs full of pollen. I want to make sure that my queen isn't up here. I might have missed her. Look at that frame of pollen in the middle. They're already bringing in the spring. Fresh new pollen is going to make this hive pop in population because that's what they need to eat in order to really build up the brood. Pollen, carbohydrates. Pollen is protein, And all the nectar they're bringing in is carbohydrates. They eat basically the same thing we do, minus McDonald's. Oh, big drawn out frame there. And I don't see any eggs in it, but that's one they could pack full of honey for sure. Look at that. It's rare to find the queen all the way over here. See a lot of that green pollen on there? That's from oak trees this time of the year. All right, so let's put everything back together. Now, if you notice, this is a technique I've explained before a few times. Some people freak out about it. Oh, look at that pollen right there that's green. See right there, some green colored pollen. Look at that. 2 shades of green, actually. Isn't that amazing? It fell off when I turned the frame up. You can see kind of some sprinkles of pollen across different frames there. Yeah, look at that. Here's an orange piece of pollen. It's pretty cool, I think. Oh, I'm looking over here, so let's go back this way. Look at that right there. There's several different colors, orange, green, a couple of big green blobs there, big blob of propolis right there. Very educational video for you guys, isn't it? What I was saying is, we have this frame that we took out that was against the wall, and it had some honey on it. See that? Now, we could take the time to move all of these frames and put this back where it is over here, where it's supposed to go. But it's not going to hurt a thing for me to make a little frame manipulation. So I'm going to take this one that has comb on it, nothing in it, and I'm going to push that against the wall because there's nothing in there. It's just an empty frame of drawn out comb that is now going to be against that wall, see? And then what I'll do, it makes it easy for me and the bees, less manipulation. I got honey on one side, empty on the other. I'm going to put the honey facing the center of the hive. And now that's just storage. So in other words, if some of you start questioning whether that's a wise decision not to put frames back where they go, let me just remind you what I'm doing is, basically we have brood here, resources here, resources there. Instead of just putting that frame of resource back over here, I put it over there because there's plenty around. It just, look at that. I didn't have to move frames again, possibly killing my queen or killing bees. I'm just going to move all the frames toward the middle now by putting pressure on these frames out here because you want your extra space to be against the wall. You don't want gaps in your frames or they're going to build out wonky comb or do something funny. Okay. Now here we have 3 bees right there that are working on a grain of pollen. They're eating it. Looks like they're just enjoying a meal. Look at that. So what we're going to do now is smoke them. We're going to take this top super off, and I think I'll set it over here out of the way for now. Yeah, it's going to be my best bet. I got so much camera gear in the way. I don't have a lot of space to move all of these boxes and such. Now we're going to go ahead and smoke between the boxes. And that will help calm the bees as we expose light into the brood nest area. All right, this is going to be moderately heavy. Let's see. Not too bad. I'm going to set it right over here. Very good. All right, now we're into the first top deep that overwintered. Let me pop in here real quick and say we got a lot more to look at, but I want to encourage you guys to join me for my live stream. It's one of my most favorite days of the week. Thursday, 7 p.m. Central Time. Hope you'll join me. Let's keep looking into this hive. This is a heavy frame, so it's got some honey on it. Look at that. Some open brood at the bottom, but nothing on it. Open brood at the bottom and nothing on it. We're going to set that aside just for a second. We would love to see more brood. We'd like to see kept over pupae, eggs and larvae, healthy larvae, and no queen cells. That'll give us a little bit more time to work this hive, maybe split them. All right, frame of pollen. I don't see the queen. I don't see any eggs in the middle. Here we have seen eggs, so we know the queen is laying well. Okay, but no significant brood on that frame. Keep these bees calm with some gentle smoke across the top. All right. And this is the top deep, in case you missed it. This is April the 14th. Ooh, this is very lightweight. Gonna have some brood. Okay. Got some drone brood at the bottom. Got some drones walking around. Not really seeing any eggs or larvae or brood on this frame. No eggs, larvae, or brood on that frame. Getting a little bit closer now to the center where we might see a little more brood activity. Most brood is in the center area here this time of the year. Oh yeah, okay. Not a very solid brood pattern, but there it is. So we'll take a look and evaluate. We will decide if that spotty brood pattern is just coming into spring, a spring thing, or if it's a queen thing. If it's a queen thing, we'll replace our queen. On the other side, we have similarly some brood like we saw in the super, some drone brood over here. Designated drone brood. You can see they're actually spending some time raising brood. That's a sign of a healthy colony when they're able to raise drone brood. Let's do the same thing we did on the super. Let's bring our frames closer. Let's get this frame set. It's about right there. And these frames are ready to be not moved again. All right, let's smoke again. Loosening up the propolis between frames by twisting it and then using the J-hook to actually lift it on both ends so we can know that it's free to come up. All right, let's take a look. A little more weight to this one. A little better cap brood. Yeah, not bad. All right, let's see. Probably won't see the queen on this one. It's a frame of cap brood. She's not able to lay. Nothing's prepared for her to lay in. All right, a lot better brood pattern over here. Look at that. And by a better brood pattern, we're meaning, you know, more solid, more capped over, not as many holes. And again, this doesn't bother me this time of the year. I mean, you know, it's just good to have a hive that comes through the winter, right? But anyway, yeah, that's a lot of brood. Let's look at the next one. No queen cells, not even any queen cells that are started, not even any cups. So that gives me more time. I'm glad to see that. I was worried about all my hives overwintering like this and how they might be ready to swarm, but I don't even see the start of queen cells. This one could prove me wrong. Nope, no queen cells on the bottom. You would see queen cells usually on the lower half of the frame down in this area, and we just aren't seeing those. Yeah, okay, I'm looking for eggs, larvae, pupae, and I'm seeing all three here. And this is a place where I'm going to inspect, make sure that my brood is healthy and no sign of European foul brood. I'm going to hold this up to the sun and make sure it's all pearly white. Oh, it is. I'll try to show you right here some pearly white larvae in the top. It's going to be hard on the camera, I realize that. Doing my best here to help you guys out. But anyway, you just want it to be pearly white. I've shown you so many images of healthy larvae. Watch my older videos and you'll see that. Now, a lot of times we might think that this frame has spotty brood on it. But if you notice right up in here, it technically is not spotty brood because, look at that, it's got a lot of larvae in there. There's a place that bees are being raised. They're in different stages and they look healthy. Absolutely no swarm cells. Whew. And the good thing is, I need more time. I'm not ready to, you know, I like to, you've heard me say I don't like to split and see swarming or splitting my hives until deep into the end of April or even in the first part of May. That's when they usually swarm on their own in Illinois here. So I don't want to make a split. We're not even in the middle of April yet, and I've had snow in May. So yeah, I'm kind of glad not to see any queen cells. All right, see how they just started coming up really fast? That's when I just freeze and slow down, drop the frame back down, slow motion, reach for the smoker, go really slow and smoke. There we go. If you didn't do that, they're going to keep being a little more defensive each time. So that helped us out a lot. Slow motion now. So the bees are telling us we need to work in slow motion. All right, pretty good cap brood. Not a bad pattern there. I mean, this is coming out of winter. We've got a little bit of everything, people. We've got pollen being put in frames, back legs of bees, brood, eggs, larvae, everywhere. It's just good to see. Slow motion. Remember, here's what slow motion looks like. If they show a little sign of being a little defensive, start working in slow motion. And use your smoker a little bit more. Smoke doesn't hurt bees. Some people say smoke causes them to gorge on honey, and then they can't sting you when they're full of honey. That's not true at all. Both of those are not true. Watch, smoke a bee, see if it eats honey. Nope, it didn't eat any honey. It just got smoked and moved. But smoke actually clogs up their antenna, and that's how they communicate. Well, I got a bee up in my bonnet. I got a hole. I've had this suit for so many years. Last year I was going to buy a new suit and I didn't. And I've got a hole in the back of it. And bees get in my hat. I got one in here with me now, walking around on my face. I'm going to try to ignore that bee in my bonnet. All right, a little heavier frame here. Let's see if I can get a better grip on it. There we go. All right. Yep, better brood. Getting a little more solid brood pattern. No queen cells. Looking for the queen, maybe. Okay, and you can see, I'll use my finger, and you can see the more solid brood pattern right there. Looking really good. Yep, let's look at the brood pattern again here. Yep, this looks good. These bees have really been so nice to let me work them this long. Again, I work bees at about, I don't like to have a hive open more than 12 minutes when I'm just doing a regular inspection without all the cameras rolling. But when I'm making videos for you guys, I just like to educate you and point out a bunch of things, and shoot, we'll have a hive open for an hour sometimes, which is way too long. Really. It doesn't hurt the bees, but it just is a risk of the bees becoming a little more defensive, a little more ticked off that, hey, we're working here. What are you doing? Yeah, I can see that a little bit in how flighty they're getting. All right. Frame ready for eggs. No queen cells. We would have had queen cells if this hive was ready to swarm. So likely our queen is down in the lower deep, which a lot of people say she doesn't go down there, but obviously that's where she is. We're done looking. All right, so we got one frame on, leaning up against the side of the hive, which is fine. Slow motion. Got to go slower the longer you have a hive open, because the bees are a tiny bit more defensive. We drop back to level off all the frames over here. I brought all the equipment out to do a split. If I saw swarm cells, I've got queen cages on me to harvest queen cells, but nothing, which is great. All right, so let's keep leveling off these frames. We're getting them tight against each other on the frame, the side of the frames, the frame rest area. Okay, the side of frames. There we go. Good. All right, so now we put our frame that we took out over here without having to move all those frames again. We're going to slide it right over here. And that'll be fine because it's simply a frame of honey. Oh, my first small hive beetle. Oh, right there. Gonna get it. Oh, yeah, I got it. One small hive beetle in the whole hive. Very good. That's exciting. It's exciting to start the year not seeing a hive full of small hive beetle. All right, very good. Now we're going to put our honey super back on. But I do want to put my queen excluder right here so that we can get brood out of my super. Found a queen excluder, but look at that. It's kind of gunked up from last year, isn't it? All right, let's smoke these bees. I took a second to go get a queen excluder, and they kind of all got back up here at the top, so let's work them back down. And we need to get them off the box so we can put the other super back on. And move them around a little bit. Okay, so here we go. I knocked out quite a bit of the wax and stuff that was in this queen excluder. So I'm going to talk to you about this. We're going to put this queen excluder here because I feel like the queen is not up in my honey super. So let's go ahead and put the honey super on top of this queen excluder. Let's smoke them again. I'll smoke my super over here. So we'll just go ahead and grab the honey super. I got some stuff stuck to the bottom of it. A bee brush and a piece of smoker fuel burlap. All right, there we go. Coming in for a landing. Perfect. All right. So I'll tell you my thoughts on this. By putting the queen excluder under this honey super they overwintered with, in case we miss the queen and she is indeed up in this honey super, I'm going to drop back, in the next 10 days, no more than 10 days. I'll come back 10 days from now and I will only look at this particular super. And I'm going to be looking for eggs. That's right. Because if the queen is up there, she's laying eggs. I don't have to find her. A lot of bees up there. But I'm going to look, did what we did today. I'm going to pull frames up and see if there's eggs up here. If there's eggs up here, I know where my queen is. If there's no eggs, and maybe in 10 days, there shouldn't be any larvae. It should all be capped over pupae. That will tell me, good. I don't have to worry about the queen being up here. She's down there. One thing that may surprise you is, I said earlier I wasn't going to do this, but I decided to do it. I'm going to put the feeder system back on. Why am I doing that? Because I don't know what the future holds. What if we get a real rainy season? What if the weather turns, I don't know, cold or whatever, and they need fed, if it's above 50 degrees Fahrenheit in the daytime, I can feed them here. So I'm going to leave this on just in case I do need to drop back and start feeding them some one-to-one sugar. So, but right now I don't need to. So I'm just going to take my honey jars. They're empty. Move along, little bee. I don't want to hurt you. There we go. And these are available if you still need to feed your bees this spring. You can check out our website. All right. And then I'm going to put this box on there. This protects the bees. And then I put my top cover on there. This keeps everything out of my feeding area. And then for the big spring storms that roll through and make a lot of wind, I'm going to put this heavy block on top. We're going to be hitting a dearth any minute. I mean, you can look at this hive right here, and right now they're not really coming and going a lot. Hello friend, David Burns, good to be with you. And I'm back from the Eastern Apicultural Society meeting and back in the field with my friend Patrick. Hello Patrick.
Hi David.
Great to have you in the field filming for us today. Thanks a bunch. And we're going to get into a hive today. This is a hive that had the 2 queens in it, and it turned out that only 1 queen survived, in case you missed the follow-up video I made. And I noticed they weren't really expanding in the top like I wanted them to. They swarmed, and so they're a little bit behind the 8 ball. So what we want to do today is go in. I'm going to put my Burns feeder board on, and we're going to feed them, start feeding them now. I'm going to have to watch it, but that'll work out really good to help them bolster themselves up. So that'll be hive number 2. I'm just getting my smoker going good here. And by the way, it says Beak Squad on it. Beak Squad is, I'm known as Beak on YouTube for my YouTube handle they make you get. And you're the squad. So thanks for being a part of Beak Squad. But live stream every Thursday night at 7 p.m. is a great time for you to come and ask questions. So every Thursday, 7 p.m. Central Time, I'll leave a link right here. And I'd love for you to join us. We have giveaways, teachings, and all that in beekeeping. So let's go ahead and take a look. All right, let's top it off here, see what's going on in this hive. See if Patrick and I are right about it being a green queen. A lot of people are like, how do you guys not know that? Well, we see a lot of hives, don't we?
They all look alike to me.
They look alike. All right, got a beetle here. Right over here. See that? Some people have never seen a beetle hiding up underneath the spider web. Aren't you going to kill it, David? Kill that beetle. I got it. Just kind of glance, see if I see any more. Nope. If you ever have a small hive beetle problem, you'll really be glad you killed every beetle you could. All right. Yep, same thing. I don't hate what I'm seeing here. I don't know how well the video can see, but it looks like this frame, these 4 are big hitters right here. I mean, they're thick. But then back over here, we don't have hardly anything at all. That's why I want to feed them, see if I could assist them in getting these frames drawn out. But while we're here, let's go ahead and just take a peek. And look at this, a little mouse damage here. A mouse chewed that years ago when it was in a hive. You got that. Over here, part of this frame right here broke off. You can see that. So frames take a beating. Look at that. Something happened. I had to restaple that. All of us as beekeepers are pretty cheap. We like to keep things, you know, we don't want to buy new stuff all the time. So we just try to keep our stuff working. But I had so much fun this year putting in new foundation. That was great. Me and Christian both spent a lot of time cleaning up these frames. You can see this one. We scrape all the wax off and put a new sheet of foundation in here. You know, by the way, this would be a good time to tell you guys, I want to show you a new tool that I learned about at EAS this year for cleaning out frames. It is phenomenal. And I want to show you now that I'm thinking about it. It's a lot better than the traditional beekeeping tool that we use. It works a lot better than that one. All right, so we can kind of bust through. Maybe we'll just move all of these over. They're all the same. So we'll just push them in position where we're going to leave them for good. Oh, starting to get a little wax on this one. Let me show you. Here we go. Slow motion. Yeah, they've drawn out the wax here nicely. These are the Acorn Foundation double-coated wax frames that work really good. Starting to draw that out nice. And as we go more that way, we're going to see more being drawn out. Let's get some smoke in the house. A lot of bees in here. It's more populated now than I remember. All right, let's take a look. Here we go. Lift slowly. I like to put 2 fingers under and my thumb on top. If you do, that gives you a really good grip. It allows you to manipulate your frames like this. Eggs. We have eggs in the center right there. He prepared a place for her to lay eggs. This hive is not honey bound because there's brood area where she can lay. And she took advantage of what they prepared for her there. Laid a bunch of brood and eggs on their surrounding cells. Wonderful. That's our great queen that won the battle of the two queens. We had two queens in there for a minute, but the one that won is doing a great job. This smoker gets to go over there because the wind's blowing in my face. Let's use it. How's your camera doing, Patrick? Not over?
Not right now.
Okay, good.
We're in the shade.
Yep. And the smoke has shifted back to my face. Why is it that smoke can always find your face? I think I heard once that smoke loves beauty, follows beauty. Oh, that is the heaviest frame I've ever lifted. I need a winch. Let's try to get this. Wow. It's fat and it's full of stuff. Let's look at one side at a time. Isn't that beautiful? That's your rainbow effect. Honey at the top, brood, capped over brood. Oh, there's our queen. And she's green. Ding, 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 ding. Bottom corner down there, yeah. Oh, let's see if I can get her to come back up this way.
Yep, right along the edge.
Yep. She's coming my way.
I can't see.
Yep. Let me put this down so I don't smash her.
She's on the bottom.
There she is. She's hanging out on that corner, isn't she? All right. She was the first queen that we saw. I thought she was a real fast-moving little virgin queen moving around. And she finally got her act together and has been doing a good job laying in this hive. Before I put this frame back, though, I will not put it back when she's on that wood. There she goes, toward the middle a little bit more. We like her. She's good. I guess we need to mark blue over her so we'll know she's a 2025. Okay. Well, she looks good and the brood looks good. All right, well, nothing to see here. We've seen enough. We have seen eggs and queen and all that good stuff. Now we just need to feed them. And we don't have a honey super on, so we can get by with feeding them. There she is. So I got eyes on her.
Yep.
So now when I put her back in, I don't have to worry about injuring her. So set it back down, slide it gently over that way. Yeah, we'll push these back. We might as well do a little bit of so-called checkerboarding. Put this empty frame there between two drawn combs. See if that'll speed things up. Let's push all of our frames back to the center, leaving about almost a finger space on each side of the wall there if you can. That tightens up the frames really nicely. Now let's take our feeder board. Here it is. This is something that I created a long time ago, and beekeepers have really enjoyed it over the years. And we call it the Burns Bees feeding board. You set it on top of a hive like this. And the way that it's designed to work, push it down to seal her good. We put our syrup jars right here, 2 of them. And then if you want to use a pollen patty, you can push your pollen patty through here and feed pollen patties. And we're going to put 2 jars on here. And let me take a minute right now to show you how I mix these jars. What I have here, this is 2 quarts, and this is a quart. And what we're going to do is we're going to mix it 1 to 1. So 1 to 1, don't panic. It's not that big a deal. You don't have to be exact. If you want to, that's great. But we're going to just put in the rest of the mixture here to be sugar to bring it up pretty high. But we also want to add a little bit of our Honeybee Healthy. And as you can see here, that's what this looks like. And this has been something that's been around for a long time. And it is a feeding stimulant. It really does help bees a lot consume. And so what I'm going to do here, I usually say a teaspoon per quart is all that I use. And that's just a little bit, even less than that, just enough to get a little smell going. And I'm not going to do too much over here either, even though it's twice as much. We'll do twice as more that I put over there. So that's going to give it that honeybee healthy smell. And then we're going to take amino bee booster, some liquid protein, what we have here. Amino bee booster. Look at that. And we're going to put that in here. And then after that, we're going to add some protein powder. So look at that. I always wonder what that tastes like. Let me give it a go. It's pretty tart. I could get to liking this, actually. I like things that are tart. Sweet and sour stuff. That wasn't bad, actually. Yeah. All right. All right, so we got that in there. And we'll mix in our little liquids here. And then we're going to mix in our protein powder. And I'm going to use a pinch. Those of you that are great cooks, you know what a pinch looks like. So if you really want to get technical, it's about a teaspoon. And that's not a teaspoon out of your drawer. That's a teaspoon measurement. And that's a little bit less, I think, than it's what in a silverware teaspoon. Alrighty. Let's see if this mixes. Sometimes the protein powder, it may clump up a little bit. Mine dissolved pretty good, and it turns it a little bit orange looking. And this is not anything new. I've been doing this for so long, maybe close to 2 decades, okay? So this works so nicely. All right, so what I like to do now is I'm just gonna pour this and kind of bring it up pretty close to the top. That way, when we put the lid on it, turn it upside down, it's gonna create a vacuum holding the water in, the sugar syrup in, but the bees will be able to actually put their proboscis through the little holes in the jar lids and get a hold of the food. I'm doing pretty good so far. Oh yeah, there we go. A little bit further, a little more. Let's do our other one, and we'll stir them up good. I've had these in here in recent videos this year. You can see these markings on it that I put. I think that was a date there down here. If you're not sure how much they're eating, put a mark on it. You can go back and look, see how much they've consumed if they're not full. Now the trick is when you put your lids on, do 2 things for me. Make sure that this feels okay here, a little rough right there, because you won't get a good vacuum seal if any of this is not perfect. There's a little buildup there on that seal. There's a rubber gasket in here. You see that rubber gasket? And if stuff gets on that rubber gasket, it might seal okay, but some of you have said you've found it to leak. Make sure that rubber gasket is free of debris, okay? Everything will. And then when you put your lid on, you got to muscle it. You got to put that on hard. And if you're a little weak from, maybe you got arthritis in the hand, you might have to get a friend to really seat that good for you. That's what I do. I just make sure it's going to be good seal, and that way it won't leak out faster than it should. So now that we have the syrup mixed and ready to go, we're going to go ahead and put it on. Now, you've probably seen me in some videos take this and turn it upside down over here and let it develop its vacuum. I only do that when I know that robbing is not a possibility in late summer or the fall. If it is like August the 6th now, I don't want to draw bees' attention to that sugar water on the ground over there because that may start robbing in these hives. So the way I do it is I do it right here. Some of it's going to fall into the hive, but the bees will slurp it up and it will be just fine. See, everything stays contained in here. Same with this big one here. Just make sure that it starts its vacuum right there. All right, now I can't leave it this way because if it rains, it'll fall in the pollen hole there and it doesn't look good. So we'll use a deep box. This creates a little place here where we can change these out easily Let's get this bee out of there. Boy, she is glued on that food. All right, so we'll put it right here. And then that way, what we can do is change these jars. Oh, look at this, Patrick. The idea that works so well is when you change the jars, see, no bees are going to come out. Like an entrance feeder, you're dealing with the entrance. You can see them eating that sugar water, but you can change them without getting stung. So that's kind of handy. So be sure and get these ready and get these on your hives. Anytime there's a dearth, a gap, like I said, we're starting to see it in some of the hives now, slowing down of nectar flow, and especially a hive like this that just needs more frames drawn out. Okay, so I made a little boo-boo because it would have been better to have knocked these bees out into the hive before putting the top on, because look, they can't go anywhere here. They'll be trapped and they'll die in here. I think I saw that same bee in there again. So what I usually do here is just kind of tap it near the front of the hive. So just bring it to the front, and they'll fly and walk back into the hive. See them flying there? There we go. We put our top on. Now we definitely need bricks now, because a lot of these new components, like the feeder, the box maybe, they don't have the propolis on it to seal and grab. And so be sure and weigh that down nicely. Oh, this piece is really heavy. And now we're feeding bees. We don't have the threat of robbing because the feeder is concealed really nicely, as opposed to entrance feeder. Please do not use entrance feeders late summer or fall. It will cause robbing. And that way these bees might have a good chance. We'll check back maybe in a month, see if they get all these frames pulled out. You can either work a hive from the back like this or a side, but you never want to work a hive from the front, because that's where all the bees are going in and out, and you don't want to get in their way. Boy, am I pumped and excited to get into this hive today. This video is going to be so powerful. I've got so many things to teach you about swarm control and evaluating a hive, the resources, what's going on inside. This is a mystery hive. You'll see as we get into it. It's going to be a big mystery, and I'll show you how I unraveled the mystery, and what you're going to learn today is going to be powerful. Let's get right into the hive. All right, here's the super we put on for our own honey collection. And it was empty when we put it on here. Let me see if I can see the date. Yeah, around about 10 days ago when we put the honey super up here. So let's take a look at it. The one below it is theirs. I keep that on there all winter long. I'm going to start working the frame next to me, next to the wall here. Okay, not much going on over here yet, but bees are there. Let's just set that down out of our way. These supers are above a queen excluder, so we don't really have to worry about injuring our queen while we're manipulating frames up here. They're adding nectar nicely there. Let's see if we've got any that's capped over yet after about 10 days. Not really, but packing it in there nicely. Going to scoot to the middle. That's where you'd see your most work done. Usually the middle frame, which would be this one here. That will tell everything. It's heavy. Starting to be capped over at the top. Do you see that? Very nice. It's very nice. All right. So that's going to be a heavy super for us to manipulate off the hive. But we'll cowboy up and get her done. So yeah, this super is ours to take to collect honey from when it's capped over. Now this is time to add another one. If those of you wanting to get a lot of honey pulled out, and we'll put another one on here, because this one is more than 5-7 rule, 5 to 7 frames drawn out. Add another one. So we'll add another one after we get done with this inspection. Now we're going to move this one off the hive, and to do that I've set up a deep box, so we'll separate the boxes between the two super boxes. And like I've taught you, once you get your hive tool in there, smoke between the boxes like this. That will keep your bees calmer. Okay. I got my 2 deep set up over here where I can just set it right there. All right. Now this one we don't care to look at simply because this is theirs. It's above a queen excluder. We don't care what it looks like, if it's all capped over or not. It's theirs for the keeping for winter. So I try to get above my queen excluder when I take off this super. The queen excluder always sticks to the box. I like to leave it down when I take off the super. So I just kind of work my way, keeping the queen excluder down as best I can. It's wanting to come with me. There we go. What we're looking for in the hive today is that we want to see whether or not we have any queen cells. And here's some drones that are happy to get out. They can't get out above a queen excluder. Now, after I made a split from this hive, I took 5 frames out. You can watch that video. And well, I came back the next day and I gave them a mated queen in this queen cage right here. We introduced this queen on April the 30th. And so it's been a minute. So what we want to do now, it's been probably about 9 or 10 days since we introduced the queen. So we want to look to see if the queen is still there laying good, and could there be swarm cells. This hive still may want to swarm because this is still swarm season here in Illinois. In fact, it's just started to be swarm season. So sometimes when you introduce a new queen, it doesn't always go well. They might kill her. They may already try to have started raising one. So what we want to do to see, you know, how's it going, right? So we have to be careful because if they didn't accept mine, they may be raising their own. And I don't want to kill a queen cell that's in development. And so we're going to be a little bit more careful while we're moving these frames around and lifting them out. Starting with the one closest to the wall here, we're going to lift this frame out. I'm going to drop in here. We got a lot to do with this hive. Don't go anywhere. I just wanted to take a minute and say, come to my live stream on Thursday night at 7 o'clock. It's the world's largest weekly beekeeping live stream. I'd love for you to join me. There's room for you. I answer your questions, and I also have teaching time. We have giveaways. Look at the link right here and join me 7 p.m. Central Time every Thursday. Look at this. The first frame we pulled up, I don't see any eggs. And look at this. Yeah, 3 swarm cells right there. All right, so do they have the blue queen in there that we marked and put in there or not? We're going to have to look and see. So now it's all hands on deck. What we would be very fortunate to do is find her and cage her. That would instantly prevent a swarm. I suspected we'd see something like this. Big frame of nectar there, no swarm cells. Big frame of nectar, no swarm cells. Going to work kind of fast because the bees are not happy today at all. They're a little bit cranky. Here's a frame I gave them that is not drawn out, and it's still not drawn out. Well, they started on this side, didn't they? Don't see the queen, don't see a blue dot, only see nectar. 0 swarm cells. Let's smoke again. Now, I call it circling the tower, and I've got at least 20 bees circling the tower. That means they're flying around, telling me at my veil that they don't like me being here. Big frame of nectar, not uncommon in the second deep up here, but you would think you'd see some brood by now, but they're packing in nectar. Another frame of nectar, heavy. lighter, a little bit lighter. So this is going to be brood. All right. Yeah, it would just be wonderful if we saw a blue dot, because then we know we have full control over this swarm situation. Good laying pattern there. Could be from my new queen, I would say, but it could be older pupae. So it's hard to know for sure if it's the new queen or the old queen. It could be either. Let me explain that a little more detail. So our original queen that overwintered, I removed her 10 days ago. So had she laid eggs just the day before I removed her or the day of, then those eggs would now be pupating. They'd be kept over pupae. So what we're looking at with that brood being kept over, it could be from the old queen, or if I gave them a new queen 10 days ago after I removed the old one, and she got out and started laying within the first day, those eggs would now be approximately 8 or 9 days old, capped over pupae too. So it could be the old queen pupae that we see, or it could be the new queen's pupae that we see. And a swarm cell on this side as well at the bottom, sticking up. Possible they could have already swarmed. And that's why we never want to tinker with those swarm cells until we know we have a queen in there, because they need to raise a queen from those swarm cells if they've already swarmed. Population wise, to me, it looks pretty full. Who can say, right? All right, nectar frame. Oh, swarm cell frame in the middle. Now this is deceiving, because some people might say, I thought swarm cells were always at the bottom, David, and here's two cells in the middle. I may have broken that one open over there, but those could be taken as supersedure, but the reason that they're not supersedure is because we see abundance of swarm cells everywhere else, and that's in an irregular shaped area of the comb. All right, I want to drop over to this last frame. Take a look. See what we have over here. Nectar, no queen, no blue dot. Nectar, no blue dot. So it looks like to us, doesn't it, that we don't have the queen up here. Now the queen could be in the bottom deep, and she could have already jumped back up here to the top. So we're going to separate the first deep and take a look down in the bottom. So by giving them a mated queen right after we made the split, it didn't give us much swarm protection, you know, because once they get that queen mated, once they received that mated queen, they were able to quickly decide to continue their effort to go and swarm. So what we want to do is separate the saucer section now, separate these two. And one of the techniques I use to work a hive like this is to get this deep away from the hive. The hive's a little cantankerous today, and it's just going to get worse. So what we're going to do is take this deep off here and walk away to a different area. And set it about 10 yards out. And we'll work this later if we need to, but it'll be away from the hive. Pop, 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 pop. So now we've gotten rid of a lot of the bees in the brood nest area by just walking away with that deep. And that kind of leaves us with just 10 frames to work with. And those 20 angry bees that are still circling my face, trying to get me out of here. Yeah, I'd say that looks like a lot of bees. I don't feel like they've swarmed, but that can really be deceptive. To get this job done, our task is single-minded right now. Do they have a queen? And how to prevent this from swarming, or if they've already swarmed. That's our technique of what we're looking for today. Again, it's going to be a nectar frame. And we probably shouldn't just be looking for a blue dot, but they haven't had enough time to raise their own queen yet. It hasn't been 16 days since I did all the work. I made the split and gave them a queen. Once I made that split on April 30th, 29th maybe, it hasn't been 16 days, so they have not raised a queen. So they either took the queen I gave them and planned to swarm with her. Otherwise, they won't swarm with those virgin swarm cells. All right, look at that. More swarm cells up higher in the hive right here on this frame. See those up there? There are probably some down here the way the bees are grouped up. No? All right. Now, you know, the way nature works, those cells that we see halfway up could be cells of them raising a queen. And it wouldn't really make sense because the swarm cells are coming ripe about the same time that their own queen would. So it's a little confusing. There's no way that they can swarm, right, with a virgin queen. Never say never. So the possibility exists. It's not unheard of that they might choose to swarm with a virgin queen. That is not how they do it. It's not how it goes down. But you can never say never when it comes to honeybees. The queen that we gave them, I took the mother queen and I gave them the other queen on April the 30th. So it's only been 10 days. If they started raising their own queen, it would still be a queen cell. This hive has become too defensive to continue to operate. So what we have to do now is, as quickly as we can, we have to put this very defensive hive back together. We didn't see the queen, and I'm confident they have already swarmed, and that's why they're a little more defensive and busy like this. They're queenless. They're raising queens. They have plenty of queen cells. I'm going to leave them in there and let them do their work. Now watch me, what I do when you're working a hive and it's all torn apart to smithereens down to the bottom deep, and the bees don't like it anymore. Here's what you got to do. This is the full definition of cowboying up and getting her done. Put all the frames back in the bottom deep. Run your smoker constantly. Puff it all the time that you can. We have got to get this hive back together. Don't be in a panic mode. Be panicking just a little bit. Queen excluder. Smoke everybody. Got your first super there. This is the heavy one. Here we go. Smoke the top super. They're not horrible, but you just can't go much longer than what we're doing here. Last super on top. Get your top cover on. Let them raise that queen that they have. And yeah, put a brick on it. And let me step over to the camera and I'll show you my face. Whew. All right, so you can kind of see probably what's around me, what's around the camera, that I know some of you have hives that are probably more defensive than this, but this is relatively, normally a very calm hive. You've watched me work them before, but when you start seeing the hive get this defensive, it's just time to get your work done. We'd already seen enough. We already saw that they were queenless, no eggs, no larvae, and they had already swarmed with my blue queen. And now I've got swarm cells to take over. It's all good. There's a lot of bees in there. I'm not upset. Well, that did not go as well as I had hoped. I thought it was going to be an easy inspection. But once I realized that they had swarmed with my blue queen and they were raising those swarm cells to replace her, they did not like us being in there. Their attitude was like, hey, we know what's going on here, David. Get out of here. We got it. So let me break it down through the critical thinking skills that I employed while making that inspection. I really thought I would find the queen. I was kind of surprised that they went ahead and swarmed. I thought I had more time. But here's the thing. I gave them a mated queen one day, maybe 12, 15 hours after I made the split. I gave them 4 new frames to do something with. I thought it would buy me a little time, but I was a little slow in taking care of that. And so obviously they swarmed probably within the last day or two. They may have swarmed today. I may walk the property and look for a swarm, the bivouac. Nonetheless, what made me draw the conclusion this would be helpful for you guys that are, learning beekeeping and trying to learn all these things out. Number one, we didn't see any eggs or larvae. So that was puzzling. That may mean that they swarmed quite a while ago. If we don't see any eggs or any larvae, especially larvae, then we can conclude that they really haven't, the queen hasn't laid for a while. However, another part of the critical thinking skill is that they don't really lay much. The queen doesn't when they're getting ready to swarm. They don't feed her much. So we have that to contend with. But I know that I removed the queen on April the 30th. And now we're only about 10 or 11 days from that point of introducing a new queen. So there's no way they could have killed my queen and raised their own to have a mated queen that's laying eggs that they could swarm with. That's not possible. It takes 16 days from the egg to raise a queen. So they're still a few days from having their own queen, if they raised one, to emerge and be their queen. So that's not what they're doing. It's inevitable conclusion that they swarmed with the blue queen that I gave them, blue dot queen. And now the swarm cells will be emerging any day now, next few days, and be fight it out for finally the main queen. That will be the queen that will rule the hive. So you can kind of see, I just didn't want to give up the fact that maybe they hadn't swarmed yet and I could find that blue queen, the blue dot queen. And that's why I was determined to look at every frame. She wasn't in the house. I looked twice through the top deep. Then in the meantime, they got so defensive that it wasn't fun working them. And I showed you guys how to deal with that when your hive kind of goes bat crazy on you. And you just got to be patient, cowboy up, put it back together, keep your smoker going good, get everything back together, walk away. There's one that still remembers me. Usually the way I've been making splits on my other hive is I've been taking the mother queen away from the hive and not giving them one of my mated queens. I've just been letting them raise their own queen. That's the best way to give yourself 30 days to deal with it. They're a strong colony, as you can see. They do have some capped over brood in there, so all is good. We'll keep an eye on it. We've had so many subscribers to the channel lately. It's exciting. Now only have to live to be 88 years old to get 1 million subscribers at this current rate. So chances are kind of slim I'll make it that long, but who knows. But you could help me out by not having me live that long by subscribing and reach 1 million sooner than that. Well, it's been 7 days. I'm pumped and excited. Been 7 days since we put in this split that we made. I made the split on April the 29th. Now it's, what is it, May the 6th? Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and take it out of its 5-frame box that it's in, a 5-frame nuke. And I think all in all, we're going to be happy. Sometimes when you make a split, it's hard for it not to have all the foragers go back to the main hive. So what we're going to do today is inspect it, make sure that our original queen from the original hive is still there, laying eggs, hopefully, and they should be packed. They should be ready to expand into a deep box. And then what we're also going to do, since they have 5 frames that are drawn out, we're going to go ahead and put another deep on top with drawn comb in it. And I'm going to show you, be sure to watch this, I'm going to show you guys how to bait the bees prime the bees to go up into that second deep, a little secret weapon superpower trick that is amazing to get the bees up into your next box really fast. Let's get to work. So this is going to be my new bottom deep that's going to replace the 5-frame nuke that's on there now. This is going to be helpful for those of you that are maybe getting a nucleus this year, and give you some insight on how to go about it. So what we're looking at here is the box I'm going to put those 5 frames in. So you can see here I got 4 frames in. I've got drawn comb, and look at this. I got a frame of solid capped honey that I kept frozen and got in there to help them get going. So I don't want to put that in the brood nest area, but I'm going to put it outside the brood nest area. So 5 frames that are in there now are going to be pretty much the brood area. And if I put the 5 frames in there now, that'll make 9. And then I'm going to have the option. I'm not going to put 5 in there. It's going to be too crowded. So this will give me room to put my 5 in and evaluate the 5 going in there. And then I'll choose from over here, maybe just a frame of drawn comb to help lay more eggs. This is the smoker fuel that I use. I buy burlap, and I have a link in my description. Food quality, food grade burlap that really makes for great smoker fuel. And I get it in big sheets, and I prepare a piece like this, and I put some of this shipping paper as I roll it up. So I have a bunch of this in storage ready to go just like that. So let's just light our paper here, get it going. Ooh. And once we get our paper burning good, don't cram it down in there and snuff it out, but keep it going, work it down to the base of the smoker. Once you have that in there, I take my burlap at about this size. I'm going to keep that paper going. And as you can see, I like to fold it up like this. And then I bend it like this. And I put all the cut edges, not this edge. It won't light up good. But I put all the cut edges toward the fire, and I don't pack it in there. I just set it in there and then give it a lot of good puffs. And that's going to ignite the smoker fuel burlap above the starter fuel. So you just start it like that. Once you feel, a lot of people rush this. They think it's smoking and it's good to go. Well, it's not. It'll go out too fast on you. But once you feel like your burlap is caught fire, like you can see flames, take your hive tool and gently work it down. Again, we're not going to smash it just yet, but puff it some more because it's a little bit lower now. And see if you can get some flames to come up past that new burlap. There you go. You can hear it. And I can see it. All right, so now we got a smoker going good. Now tap it down gently like that. Shut the lid. That is a good smoker right there, people. All right. Wow, that's amazing. If you didn't see the video where I placed this big heavy metal in front of the split, it's to help the bees gain a new idea that they're in a new place and to start a new orientation flight so they don't go back to the original hive I took them from. And I think it'll work great. Smoke into the entrance. So by placing it on the hive stand, like if you buy a new nucleus or you make a split like this, by placing it here, you can see the entrance is going to be pretty close to what their next entrance is going to be once we put the deep hive box. So minimal confusion. And once I smoke, I'm going to set it back down 10 or 15 seconds like that. Let the smoke kind of calm those bees down. And I like to lift the lid away from yourself like this. If you lift it this way, they can fly out up under your shirt or something. This way you can use the top cover for a shield while the bees get used to that bright light. All right. Here are some bees that are on the bottom of the top cover, but I don't see any small hive beetle. That's good. We, after I made this split on April the 29th, we did not have good weather. I was worried about all the splits that I made because one night it got down to, I think, 39 degrees. And I was afraid they were going to get too cold, and some of them might have. We'll see. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at this one. Now, the best way to work this out is not to examine the nucleus here. In other words, you want to do it this way. So go ahead and take it off of where it's at now. Let me get a good grip on it here. And I'm just going to set it on the ground right here. Now, I'm going to take the maple tree helicopters out. And I'm going to take my deep box, which is right here, and go ahead and put it on the bottom board that was already in position holding my nuke up there. There we go. So now, as I inspect each frame, I'm going to set it in position. Let's start with this one over against that wall because it's a little further away. A little more gappy. I don't have to worry about rolling some bees over there. You gotta give me some space. Slow movement. It's going to keep the bees quieter and calmer. Okay. I have nice looking larvae in the middle. The youngest larvae to me is 4 days old. And it's just packed in there if you can see. I'm not sure how well you're going to be able to see on this camera, but it looks good. Everybody looks strong and healthy, pearly white. Bee bread over here. Some cat brood in the middle. So let's go ahead, since that's on the outside, we'll put it on the outside edge of the brood nest in the hive, right there. Now let's look at the next frame, but smoke first. They're being real calm, so let's keep it that way, right? This is fun working on this hive. You know, I looked at my subscribers today, 166,000. So I did the math, and at this rate, I can reach 1 million subscribers when I turn 93. Oh my gosh, I'm really going to have to eat my Wheaties and stay healthy until then. So if you want to help me do it before I die, please subscribe. And we actually have eggs off in the corners, and we have cap brood. Did we mark that queen? Anybody remember? I don't remember. But she's in there because I see a lot of eggs and very young larvae over here. And the same thing over here. Very good looking split. Look at that. Good. This is also, by the way, how you would make up a nucleus if you wanted to sell a nuke to somebody. So I'm going to see if I have eyes on the queen. Oh yeah, we did not mark her because, you know, we weren't sure how old she was. And if I put a blue dot on her, later that would tell me she was born in 2025. And I think I caught a swarm last year, and this is a swarm. So we don't know the age of that queen. That's why I didn't want to mark her. So she is not marked, but she's in there because we saw eggs, so we don't have to find her. If we accidentally missed her today, it doesn't matter. All is good. Smoke them again. Keep everybody calm down. And let's see what this frame tells us. Okay, very good. Everything looks good again. Yep, I see some drones on there. A lot of you see drones and you think you see a queen because the drones are bigger than worker bees. And the queen is only slightly bigger than worker bees, usually. Okay, so a lot of eggs right in the center. Do you see that? Those cells have eggs in it. So the queen was there today, yesterday on this frame. A noisy drone just lifted off for takeoff. When a drone mates with a queen in the drone congregation area, the queen flies for the both of them. While he does his work, she has to fly for both of them. He stops flying and concentrates on other things. Okay. Put that in there. We're keeping our 5 frames the same as they are, the order that they're in the nuke box. Slow motion. Don't get too excited and start moving fast, or it may overly excite your bees and you won't be able to work barehanded like I am. Gosh, the larvae look so good in there. Pearly white. Lots of eggs and young larvae. There's our queen. Look at that. down at the bottom. I'll try to point her out in the edit room. But yeah, she looks good, doing a great job for us. I could mark her, you know, who cares if I put a blue dot on her, as long as I know it wasn't a 2025 queen, but she's pretty big. You can see her pretty easily. I'm not going to worry too much about it. Just doing her business. Okay, let's keep going. Now, I like to look at the queen, get eyes on her right now, so that when I put the frame back in, there's my queen right there. And so now when I put my frame down, I'm watching the queen and nothing else all the way down to make sure when I put these two frames together, she's not in between wood or something, and I would injure her. I'm going to smoke the bees over here, and I'm going to smoke the last frame over here. As we put the last frame in, this is an enjoyable day, isn't it? To work bees. It finally warmed up and stopped raining. Okay, so here's our last frame. A lot of good resources. Look at all the nectar. Look at all the honey, nectar, capped over honey. Uncapped honey is nectar, like here. This is just a frame of nectar, not honey. All right, so we're going to set it right where it was in the nucleus. Right there. All right, now this is the frame of honey. But remember, I told you I want to show you a top secret superpower on getting this hive to expand into the next deep. I'm going to show you how I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it by taking one of the frames that is drawn out with bees on it, and it's not going to be the frame of honey. It's going to be the frame that has a lot of open brood on it. This is the frame with our queen that she still may be there. So I think it was this frame here that we're going to take a look at. It doesn't matter if the queen's on it or not. Okay, let's see what the other side looks like. Yeah, this has a lot of young larvae on it. Very young. 1 day old, 2 day old larvae that nurse bees have to take care of. We're going to set it aside temporarily. Make sure the queen isn't on it. If she is, it's fine, but I just want to make sure when I set this frame outside that if the queen is there, I know to make sure she's on it when I lift it back up. She could have jumped onto this side. Nah. There are a lot of drones flying today. That's what the noise is. All right, so without that, we're going to make the brood nest area tight again by pushing all of our frames together like this. That's working good. Here's our honey frame coming up. And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We need 2 frames. And I think what I'll do, this is where you work off the fly, critical thinking skill. Drop the honey frame back. We need 2 frames. I'm going to give them this frame drawn out comb so they can keep working it like that. And let's go with 1 more frame of drawn comb so they can keep working this way, and then they get to the honey frame right here. So that gives us our 10 frames. Now the important part is to always make sure your 10 frames are tight toward the middle, or else you're going to get strange wonky comb. So I got a gap on this side, but now I need to push it so that any spacing is absorbed and all the frames have the bulk of the space. They're tight together with spacing on toward the wall. Okay, so now let's put our other deep box on. Show you, hang on, this is really cool. Here we go with the superpower. Let's see, I don't think I like that box. No, it's got a little problem with it on the corner, and I'm going to use this box instead. It's a better shaped box. I want to start the season with a decent box. Okay, so since this is our new box, we're going to take this frame as a bait, a way to get our bees from the lower deep up into this top deep. And it has very young larvae on it, eggs and larvae. So the bees, the nurse bees, are going to be forced to come up here and take care of that. And so now all we have to do is put 9 more frames on either side, of this bait frame. We call it a bait frame because we're baiting the bees to come up here. So we're going to use drawn foundation, already drawn out, put it there. Same, drawn foundation. Some drawn foundation. Put that one there. And look at this. This is going to be scrumptious. I have a frame of capped over honey right here. I'm going to go ahead and give them that up here as well. Right above the brood nest area. They'll get up on that. In case I get another week of rain, that's going to help them out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need 3 more frames. Here are 2. So we got 1, 2. I need 1 more. We're going to put 1 more against closer to this wall over here. Let's move everything tight together. Yeah, the last frame is a little newer comb. Look at that, bright white, yellow. We'll put it over there against the wall. Let's get our smoker going and smoke the bees again as we continue to work them. There we go. So we got our 10 frames in the top. We had 5 frames on the deep that they expanded well. And then we baited them with this comb right here, which has got young brood in it that are going to force the hive to not just stay down below, but start moving up and working these 10 frames. So just like that, we made a split. And in 7 days, we now have a monster-sized colony. We have, you know, a big hive, 2 deeps on it. Are they ready for a super yet? No, we got to wait until about 4 more frames are drawn out in this top box here before we add a super to it. But it won't be long now, especially if the weather stays good. And we'll throw our top cover on it and put our brick back. By the way, did you notice my cowboy hat? Got my EAS Certified Master Beekeeper pin on it, and as well as my phrase, cowboy up and get her done. We have shirts available with my phrase, cowboy up, beekeeping isn't for cowards. Check that out too. By the way, when I'm done with my smoker, I find the best way to extinguish it is, look at this cork, and I just take this cork, I trimmed it down to the size that it would fit right in here and snuff out my smoker from burning, and it's going to save the smoker fuel burlap that I have in there. I can easily light it and use it again next time. Well, they're starting to get used to it. You see a few more flying in and out now. Hey, join me for coffee time. Take a minute while I sit and talk to you under the apple tree. I've enjoyed this new cowboy hat, wearing it. Cowboy up. A lot of fun. Well, I wanted to take a minute and just drop in here and have a little coffee time with you guys. If you want to grab a cup of coffee, and let's talk about something that I think is going to be very helpful for you, whether it's about beekeeping or life in general. But listen to this. Everything in life has its challenging moments, whether it's beekeeping or your job. Maybe it's the stage of life that you're in right now, a health concern. Maybe it's price of living, cost of living, it seems like going up. So there's always things that we're struggling with. We all have our dark moments, our frustration, depressed moments that we just can't seem to tread water anymore. And I want to encourage you and kind of pump you up and get you excited, because I've learned something over the years. I've not always had an easy life. I've had, in my other career that I had, it was very stressful, a lot of conflict. And so I'm glad that I was able to have that experience, and it was a very honorable thing to have done. But at the same time, it was hard and it had its horrible moments. And I'm glad that through those times, I learned a lot of things about life, and it gave me an experience. I was very young. It gave me an experience that tied over into me as I mature and get older that I learned from those early days. One of the things that I learned was that no matter what happens to you, that you have to survive. You know, I've said this before, and some of you probably haven't heard me say it, but your ability to survive, the first thing you have to do when you're in a situation where you have to survive is you have to have a will to survive, a will, a determination. You have to have a will that says, this is bad, but I'm going to make it home tonight and I'm going to survive. Now that seems extreme, you know, but sometimes we feel that way in life. And so the way that you survive is by just doing a little bit to progress toward home, whatever the final outcome is that you're hoping to get through your hard times. You got to get to a better time. You got to inch along sometimes. You can't just make it happen overnight. And if you give up, if you lose your will, then it's not going to happen. Beekeeping is that way. There are times in beekeeping where it's frustrating and you lose your will to survive learning about bees or even keeping bees anymore. And you're like, I'm done. But with beekeeping, you have to inch along and you have to really push hard. And like my hat says, you actually have to cowboy up and get the job done. And it's tough sometimes. Now, I want to mention that one of the things that has helped me and I've put together through the course of my younger life is that if I can just do a little bit at a time, I can accomplish great things over the long haul. A lot of people try to accomplish something great, you know, all at once, and that rarely happens. And sometimes when it does, it's not good for you. It doesn't feel like you put your time in, it doesn't feel rewarding or something, right? But when you put your time in and you really put the elbow grease or whatever into it, and it took you a long time to achieve it, it's really rewarding to get there, doesn't it? You know, so here's the thing. Whether you're doing beekeeping or you've started a new hobby or you're wrestling through getting familiar with a new job or whatever, you've got to be committed to do a little bit toward getting better or getting familiar with it. Do a little bit every day. Now, I'm not perfect at that. I want to give you some things that I've done. When I wanted to be a EAS certified master beekeeper, I started applying and working through that procedure of applying and studying through the Eastern Apicultural Society in 2009. And I think I started in 2008 really studying hard. And then I went and took my 4 tests at the Eastern Apicultural Society's meeting. And that was in New York somewhere. And I passed 2 out of the 4 exams. I think I passed the field exam and I passed the oral exams. And then I went back the next year in North Carolina at the conference and I nailed and completed my lab tests and my written tests. And so in 2010, I was certified by the most prestigious grandfather of all master beekeeper programs in the world, Eastern Apicultural Society of North America. And I'll tell you, it was a good feeling. How did I get there? What was I, 50 or something when I was trying to do that, you know? And so I think that for me, what I did was every day I did a little bit to study. I studied something for probably at least 2 years, if not longer. So for 2 years, I studied 365 days a year. I studied a little bit. Even if I only studied for 2 minutes, I made a commitment to study something, 2 minutes, memorizing complicated Latin words, scientific words, memorizing the different anatomy of the honeybee, all the different parts and pieces of the honeybee, just packing it in my mind. And I think that's the way we can effectively accomplish things. For example, Sherry and I have been married since, for a long time, 45 years, I think, if I'm right. So we got married in 1980. And we have always invested in our marriage a little bit every day. We do a little bit to improve our marriage every day. Now, we didn't go to counseling to learn that. We've not gone to marriage therapy or counseling. We just decided that we would invest in our marriage a little bit every day. And that is a ton of different things that we do, but it's always something, whether it's just spending time eating together, talking, whether it's watching a show together, whether it's encouraging one another, whatever, we're committed to the marriage a little bit. Now, a little bit, here's the thing. Once you stop doing a little bit a day, let's say exercise. Let's say, I know that's a tough one, and that makes some people angry. I hate exercise. Everybody hates exercising, most people. But let's say you get committed maybe to lose weight or be in better shape and you start exercising, right? All of us kind of get, we run into a lack of motivation sometimes. And we're like, I don't want to exercise today. I'll do it tomorrow. Well, if you don't do anything in exercising today and it runs into tomorrow, tomorrow's a lot easier to say tomorrow when you get to tomorrow. And before long, you're postponing a lot of stuff. A day turns into a week turns into a month, and yeah, you just don't anymore. So even if let's say you're wanting to run or you're wanting to cycle or something, real intense cardiac workout, and you can't do it because it's crappy outside, it's rainy or something, do something, whether it's 2 minutes or 3 minutes, stay in the program. Get yourself on the floor, do some sit-ups or push-ups, go up and down your stairs for 2 minutes or something, stay in it. That's what you have to do. If you're committed to beekeeping, then what you have to do is say, every day I'm going to do something in beekeeping. Here's what I suggest. I suggest you start with a 5-frame nucleus like we were just in and play in that hive 2 days a week. Spread it out, but you got 7 days. And I want you to do something in beekeeping every day. So 2 days you're going to be in the hive looking around, taking pictures, studying it, getting excited about what you're seeing, learning about what bees are doing. You've got 5 frames so you can play with it, right? You don't really have to battle 10 or 20 or 30 frames. It's nicer, easier, smaller. Now, on the other 5 days, do something in beekeeping. And that is look through the pictures you took when you did your inspection, or read a book or watch a video. I made a video recently on laying workers, when workers no longer are suppressed and they can start laying unfertilized eggs, which become drones. I talked about why it happens, how to fix it. You could spend time watching my videos on days you're not working the hive, learning more about bees. So if you do something in beekeeping, just a little bit every day, woo, it gets to be big. And before long, you kind of know some stuff and you get better at it. And so if you're really excited about it, do something a little bit every day. And I think it really compounds and starts to really benefit you. So whether it's a job that you're succeeding in, wanting to do more about it. Hey, look, if you're at a job and you're wanting to, whether it's a trade or some other kind of job, you've got to spend some time thinking about how can I invest in my job a little bit every day to make myself better at what I do. And then I can start thinking, okay, I'm getting better at my job. And it might be that your boss recognizes it and they start thinking, okay, wow, that's cool. I've got a worker, an employee that is pretty sharp. They know a lot of stuff and I can tell they're putting in extra time. I was always taught, and I'm kind of a hard worker, workaholic, but I was always taught, arrive at work early, don't be standing around with your coat on when it finally hits 5 o'clock. Go ahead and put the time in. Let people know that you're a hard worker. You're willing to put the time in and make sacrifices. I know not everybody holds that anymore. I know, and I'm not hating on anyone for, feeling like they don't want to give their soul to the workplace, whatever. But even if you are in a place where you don't like working for whoever or a company or something, maybe you can gain a lot of knowledge working where you're working so you can eventually start your own business and you can have more freedom. That might be an option if you do a good job there. See, you're taking time to really learn your craft, I guess is what I'm saying. So if it's exercise or your marriage or beekeeping, or if you're even going through a hard time, a health concern, or aging and you're just really down about life and all, look, find a way to barely add an inch of success a day to your life. And before long, those successes compound and you find yourself a lot better off. So remember, if you don't do anything today, it's going to run into tomorrow, and your tomorrow is going to be easier not to do anything at all again. Stay in it. And in beekeeping, do something every single day. Hey, my friend David Burns, good to be with you today. We're going to drop back into this hive. Possibility of some swarm cells, we'll check it out. But we're going to go ahead and make a split. I'm going to take 5 frames out of good stuff and put it in a nucleus box, walk away over there where I'm putting all my splits over there now. And that way we can make a split. I'll show you guys how I make my splits. Let's get rolling. Let's take this one off, smoke under the hood, let it sit for 10 seconds. Let that smoke kind of calm the bees down, open her up. This is the honey super we added in a previous video a few weeks ago, not long ago. And bees are up here. Haha. What are they doing up here? Oh, look at that. I got a gap in my smoker. I feel air. So duct tape goes there. All right, whatever. All right, nothing to see up here. No brood. We're done looking. So we'll go ahead and drop this frame that was closest to the wall that had a beetle or two on it. Oh, there's another beetle. And let's get that beetle. Yep. Check for any other beetles. Don't see them. Let's put that frame in here. That way they can start adding that. Make sure all your frames are tight against each other in the middle. Leave enough gap right here. You put your fingers in, okay? So when you're putting your hive back together and you're pushing your frames in, they all have to be really tight. All these sections, all these little areas right here have to be touching each other tightly so that each side you can get your finger started down in there. Can't do that anywhere else. See, one of the things I want you to remember is when you're working a hive and the bees are really calm, what can happen is you can forget that they're really calm, that they're not going to be calm forever, and you fail to use your smoker and they get rowdy on you. So remember to always, before you separate boxes, blow a little smoke between the boxes, and that will smoke the box below. All right, there we go. All right, let's set this over here on our top cover. And then what we'll do is smoke this super and we'll take a peek, make sure we didn't mess something up and the queen got up here. Should be a honey super with no brood. So let's take out a frame for speed, a little frame out of the middle more, like probably this frame here. We can do that by making a little gap there. Let me pop in here and ask you guys to please subscribe. It means so much to me. Click on the bell, give me a thumbs up. You'll be notified each time I make a new video like this one. Doesn't cost you anything, means a lot to me, so please subscribe. Let's get back into this hive. We have a swarm cup, or I guess what you would call a queen cup, not really a swarm cup. Nothing's in it, it's just there. Some nectar and a little bit of pollen and bee bread in there. And no sign of any eggs or anything there, so they're doing a good job. So there's nothing to see here. This is above a queen excluder, okay? Usually when I work without gloves, I always will get stung about 3 or 4 times. And at that point, I'm like, okay, reaching for the gloves. There's no reason, you know, to work a hive that is in a bad mood. I got a storm coming in. It's real windy today. There's a lot of reasons these bees could be in a bad mood. All right, that's heavy. This is the things that you pick up on when you're working bees. Look at these drones that are trapped above the queen excluder. Run for it, drones. Slow motion. This is heavy. All right. Ow, that hurt. Sting number 1 on the arm. You can see this bee here stung me. Stung me right there. I'm going to scrape the stinger out. That hurt. I think she got a blood vessel. Okay, so now it's time to put the gloves on. All right, got some gloves because ordinarily I may not wear gloves, but because I've got a fast approaching storm and I need to make a split, I need to get the job done. It was inevitable that I would get stung based on the few bees that were bouncing off my veil. That's food. Let me see if it has nectar in it. It does. This is a frame I'm going to put in my split. I want to show you what. See, I got a little honey on the edge, nectar across the top, bee bread, and we could have the queen though, because we're now below the queen excluder. So what we have to do is look very carefully, because what we want to do is take the queen. But we won't know that unless we see her, right? Likely not on a frame of resources, but possible. A full frame of nectar packed in there. All right, so let's go ahead and put that, bees and all, over here in my nuke box. We'll put this one against the wall. All right. The tough thing is going to be finding the queen. We want to take the old queen with us. All right. Brood cells. More. Look at all that pollen. Wow. I didn't see her on that frame. We don't need a frame like that, so let's keep looking. We just need, maybe just one more frame of some resources, but mostly some frames of broods. Let's see what we got. This is a lot lighter in weight. All right, larvae looks good and healthy white. I do see a few queen cells on the bottom, and those queen cups have nothing in them. Do you see them on the bottom there? No worries. Let's look at the other side for a queen. Nice frame of brood. Got a lot of eggs and larvae and capped over. So this would be good for the split. But want to put eyes on my queen to know that I'm taking her away. Don't see her. One more look over here. A lot of pressure today to get all this done, filmed before the storm hits. Yeah. All right, let's take a look at this frame. Okay, good brood pattern on that frame. No queen. And when I'm looking for the queen, it benefits me not to put these frames back in on this nice warm day because I can get a little more eyes without the queen jumping back on a frame or something. And then I can look at the frames again when I put them back in. All right, I got eggs, so I know the queen is around here. Be nice to find her early because I wouldn't have to do as much work. She's probably going to be in the bottom on the last frame I look at. I shouldn't speak negatively, should I? No. She's going to be up here to help me out, make my day go better. All right, I'm scanning. Don't see any queen cells. Now I think I'm going to put this frame out too. Putting it between the legs here. Ooh, nice cat brood. Looking for a queen. Good white larvae. Let me show you that up close. A few things we want to notice is the larvae that's in the cells. Hopefully you can see that. And we have 1-day-old eggs over here in the cells. And we have queen cups on the bottom. Queen cups on the bottom right there, and they are empty. If those are swarm cups, they're empty. But they could be any day now filled, charged up, but not yet. Take a chance, look over here for a queen. Cowboy up, got a cowboy up. Let's don't put these frames back in. I just don't want to. Ooh, good larvae. I got a mean laying machine in here. If we can just put eyes on her. I'm not seeing her. I'm looking carefully. I don't see a retinue. I don't see a wake behind her where they got out of the way of her. I'm going to check this side again. No. So let me show you this frame. This is a beautiful frame of larvae, white larvae in the middle. If you can kind of get an idea of what that looks like. All right, let's put this, I should have brought a safe box. I could have put all these bees in, these frames in. I can do that still. Still might have some brood over here, so we might have the queen over here. Let's check. I love working bees like this. Really do. It's fun. I don't like the pressure that I'm on today to beat that storm, but it is what it is. All right. Oh, I got brood against the wall. Yeah, that's capped over brood, drone brood for spring mating of other people's queens. Gotta pull this stinger out of my shoulder. That hurt. All right. Let's see. I don't see a queen there. That's 2 stings for me. All right. Queen, I'm ready to find you so we can get on with the day. You on here? Show yourself. You ever talk like that? It's like, come on. I need the queen. Work with me, people. I don't see her. So I am going to get another deep box over here. Kind of thinking if I'm looking for the queen, I could put these frames sort of back in the order that they came out in. Now I'm going to look for the queen again, just in case I missed her. Or she was walking on the side of a piece of wood on the frame and I just didn't catch her when she was walking around. So I like to looking at these before I put them back. Looking for the queen. Not seeing her. Put that frame right here against that frame. Look at this. We got a plan here. All right, now we got our next frame here. Let's smoke everything. All right. I got one more frame of brood against the wall. That's exciting. That's a lot of brood, man. This hive needs to be split. Dang. Nope. Doubles checking on this side. Nope. That frame in the box. All right, let's smoke and get another look on these 3 frames. Yeah, I could just walk away, do a walk away split, and whichever one, you know, doesn't have a queen would have eggs and one wouldn't. I teach on that all the time and I practice that. But here I'm just wanting to make a 5 frame split, so I need the queen to go with me. One more frame of brood on the top deep here. Let's smoke everybody, see if we can keep them happy a little bit longer. See, the trick is, can we keep them happy long enough to do our work? That's the tough part. Ooh, wow, good frame of cap brood, look at that. It's always what you want to see, right? Cap brood in the middle, rainbow effect. Eggs on the outside, nectar around that. So the queen could be here because we got some eggs on the top of the rainbow. So we're going to look for the queen here. Quick glance, don't see her, look on the other side. All right, uneven comb. Oh, looking for the queen. Are you anywhere to be found? I don't see her. So let's put this over there in our safe box, quiet box, whatever you want to call it. Against the wall right there. All right. Let's just go ahead for now and just set it here. All right. Look at that. All right, let's get some smoke down here where the queen is, right? By the way, some of you might notice some white grubs. That's grubs that were in some of the, in between the boxes and some comb, usually drones, but not to worry, no big deal. The more you work a hive and the further behind you get in finding the queen, the more apt you are to go super fast and irritate the bees. You don't want to do that, okay? We're going to hold them right here in this box. This is a pretty intense bee inspection. Everything looks good. There's no queen cells, but we're trying to find the queen, so we're meticulously going frame by frame. And getting stung a few times doesn't make it any more fun. Good frame of resources. Not going to find the queen there. Ooh, I had a little, when I was talking, I had a little breath that hit that frame, and whew, those bees came up off that frame like they were ready to hunt for bear. Don't blow on a frame. May have to get my jacket on because I've probably got 10 or 20 that's pouncing my screen pretty hard. Yeah, I got bare arms above my gloves. No pun intended on the bear comment. Bare arms. Gosh, that's a good brood pattern. And now we have to look for the wall, for a wall walking queen. Okay, well, I did find her, and she's actually on a wall down there. And the reason I knew she was on the wall or in this area, because they're facing her and spraying Nasonov glands. Yeah, she's down in the corner. One of the reasons that it takes so long to make, for me to have a hive open, is because I have to reset my tripods and my cameras, and it takes a lot of time. All right, so now they're all coming this way, so she must be over here now. Okay, so you see her right there? So I'm gonna take my glove off and get her. Where'd she go? I saw her. Mister. All right, so I got her. Look at that. There she is. Whew, she was hard to get off the wall there, but we got her. So now we're going to take her and put her in the nuke. So you might be thinking, you know, why don't you mark her? Well, I only got a blue pin on me right now, and I kind of don't want to mark her blue because she's not a this year queen. There she goes. All right, she's in that box. Whew. Not only was she on the last frame, but she jumped off and was actually on the wall beyond the last frame. And not bad. Let's put it against the wall. Now I need 2 frames of brood in the middle. Let's see what we got. Need a frame of cap brood, don't we? That's a good one. 4, one more. Yep, good one here. There we go. Here's our split. Yeah, I'm just going to set it right here on this bottom board. My reasoning is eventually they're going to be familiar with this location. Let's put a top on it. Okay, for now, let's just go ahead and put a regular top cover on the bad boy. Like this. Yep, and we'll put a brick on it. All right. Okay, I've got something really big to put in front of the hive. Ooh. And that way to force the foragers to take a orientation flight. Wow, that was heavy. Listen to this. This is what is affecting a lot of beekeepers right now in the spring. Hey, David, I got a package of bees and I put them in their hive, in their new hive 7 days ago. I inspected today and there are a couple of frames thrown out, but no eggs or sign of the queen. What should I do? Everybody is constantly having queen issues. Now, the queen is the most important bee in the entire colony. Of all the workers, all the drones, it comes down to how good our queen is doing. And I had a live stream last Thursday night at 7 o'clock. Every Thursday I do this, and I answer questions from beekeepers. Pages of questions left over from the live stream, and they're all to do with queens. I answered a lot of questions on my live stream about queens. So today we're going to talk about all the issues beekeepers are having with queens, and maybe this is one of the reasons that we're seeing more and more bees die every year. They're dying from queen issues. Now, that can be because if you have queen issues, like in the summer or the fall, the colony loses population. If you go into winter with a bad queen, she really can't lay enough brood. Now, she doesn't lay a lot in the winter, but, you know, she can't lay enough to kind of keep things percolating all through winter. I really think we ought to consider problems with the queen. Now, this can be resolved if 2 things happen. Number one, the beekeeper learns to really understand queens, how to manage queens, how to introduce new queens, how to really observe a queen, how well she's laying. And number two, if we can get more beekeepers to raise their own queens, wow, that's going to make a huge difference. That's why I made a whole class on how to raise queens. So let's get into these questions right now. Going to be a big help. Listen to this. This is what is affecting a lot of beekeepers right now in the spring. Hey, David, I got a package of bees and I put them in their hive, in their new hive 7 days ago. I inspected today and there are a couple of frames drawn out, but no eggs or sign of the queen. What should I do? I believe what happens sometimes is that you can install a package of bees and everything kind of goes well, but it's maybe cooler or, they can't, it's rainy. It's raining. Right now it's rainy and windy. So they don't fly a lot. They can't go get resources. So what happens, they may have enough food on board or you're feeding them and they start to draw out, some of these frames that you put in there, undrawn foundation, they're starting to draw it out. And the queen starts laying. She gets released from her cage by the other bees and she starts walking around and laying like she's supposed to. But she'll lay until there's no more room to lay. And I believe what often happens is that when the colony realizes that the queen isn't laying anymore, because there's no room really, they take it out on her and maybe they do away with her to raise a new one. So in your case, maybe your queen might have died. Maybe something happened to her. She's not in the hive at all. Now, a new colony, you can tell if the queen is there because on a new package, the bees are pretty small, right? The number of bees are small and it's easy. Now, on a big colony, maybe you have 2 deeps, 2 supers, you got 40 frames to look through, you can miss her. Even I miss seeing the queen sometimes. Something this small, it means your queen isn't there. You gotta really order a new queen now, get that queen moving. These are the kind of issues that really starts to take out your hive and weaken it all year long. Let's keep talking about more questions to do with queens. If the queen is injured, can they take and mend her, or will I need to get another queen? Yeah, there's no way that the bees in the colony have the ability to mend a queen. Queens often, they get where they run out of stored sperm in their spermatheca and they can't lay any more fertilized eggs. If at best they can lay unfertilized eggs, which will become drones and do the colony no good as far as the future. So in this case, if she's injured, then definitely you need to replace her with a new queen. Shanna from Michigan just started out getting 2 nucleuses. In the first year, it's at best to build up or split, and so that you have more queens and colonies working for you going into winter. That's a very good question, Shanna. Here's the deal. If you're getting 2 nucleuses this year, here's what you need to really consider. I recommend that what you do first is let these 2 colonies build up. You need to get them ready to go through winter. Splitting a new colony, nucleuses or packages the first year, people do it. I've done it. If you're a really top-notch experienced beekeeper and you know exactly how to monitor these splits all year long so they get built up really good, you can pull it off. But if you're new to beekeeping and you're not really experienced yet, this can be catastrophic because if you split small colonies, they may not have enough population to really get in shape for winter. I'd avoid splitting them unless you have the skill set to do it. Hey, Margaret, what should I do with a hive that overwintered but is queenless? I'm getting another package. Should I add them to the new bee package or maybe kick them out? I need the box. So here you go. This is another example that sometimes we lose our queens in the wintertime. Queens, like any bee or any animal, can die in the winter. Lack of food, some sort of disease. It could be any reason that you could lose a queen in the wintertime. That's why I strongly recommend that you always replace your queens once a year. Start out with a new queen every year. If you replace your queen with a new queen after summer solstice, which is June the 21st, you'll be able to have a lot of benefits. A new queen is going to produce more queen mandibular pheromone in the spring. That can reduce swarming a bit. And also, if you have a new queen going through winter, it's less likely that anything bad would happen to her in the winter. It can, but if you have an old queen, then certainly she could die in the wintertime and you're coming out of winter without a queen. In your case, whatever caused it, Margaret, what you need to consider doing, what I would do now, if I have a hive that's queenless and I'm getting a new package, I would make it simple. Take the easy road out. Buy a new mated queen, put it in the overwintered colony, and let that colony recover from being queenless. Meanwhile, go ahead and raise your package just like you normally would. Now you've got possibility of two strong hives through the spring and summer. That's the way I would handle that. These are more questions about queens, and listen closely, my friend, because I believe these questions and the answers that I give will help you understand how to overcome some of the queen issues that you might run into very likely this year. Ben, what's the best way to locate a virgin queen in long hive? No luck on finding one. Any tricks to locate her easier? I'm guessing you mean a Langstroth, or do you mean a long Langstroth? I'm gonna go with both. It really doesn't matter if you have a long Langstroth, a horizontal Langstroth, or a long hive, or whatever. You're looking at frames, right? Any kind of hive you have. But a virgin queen is a little more different, a little harder to find. Let me show you a video right here, by the way, of a virgin queen, because a lot of you maybe have never seen a virgin queen. This video will help you understand kind of what she looks like. Let's go ahead and I'll show you.
Her abdomen appears smaller to me. It can stretch out once she gets more, when she's mated. Also, it's more predominant, kind of a flat point to it at where it joins the thorax. I can identify that more of a hump there. Okay. So I'm going to put this frame aside. She'll stay on it unless she flies and gets mated.
You know, it's just like another bee sometimes. They're hard to see. Some people think they're smaller. And I say they're not smaller. They're just not filled up with eggs. They're not pregnant. So I believe their abdomen begins to stretch a little bit and fill up more when she has more eggs in her. And but anyway, before they're mated like this, you can notice the bees don't even care that they're in there. There's no retinue. She's not walking around slowly trying to lay eggs. She's bebopping around pretty darn fast like all the other bees. Hard to find them unless you have a lot of experience doing it. So you just got to put your time in, Ben, and try to figure out what do virgin queens look like, and how do I kind of start looking and noticing a virgin queen. Maybe that video helped you a lot. Christina, David, I opened a hive early March. Old queen was gone and a virgin queen is present. No drones. What should I do? Thank you. Hold the course, and hopefully the weather will warm up, Christina, wherever you live, to get those drones out in the drone congregation areas where that virgin queen can get mated. I'm going to recommend that you wait about 10 days, 10 to 14 days, and then go into the hive, check on the virgin queen, and see if she's mated. How would you do that? You're going to look at frames and see if you see eggs or larvae. 14 days is long enough to even maybe see cat brood if she got mated soon after you did your inspection. That's the best way to find out. If in 14 days, Christina, you don't have a mated queen, got to buy a new one, get one in there. Here's another one. NH says, question, queenless hive. Can I take a frame of brood from successful hive? And if so, can I take a completely capped over frame, or do I take a frame with brand new eggs and not all larvae are capped? Now, that's a very good question. I understand what you're asking. So that's why I say if you're starting beekeeping, it's great to start with 2 hives, because if you lose your queen in one hive, you can transfer the eggs over to the queenless hive and let them start raising a new queen. So in this case, your question is good. If I understand it correctly, you're asking what type of brood to carry over into the queenless colony. And the best kind is a frame with eggs on it. It is the best way to get the youngest brood into the hive so they can raise a high quality queen. Any brood that is over a larvae, that's a 1-day old larvae or older, And that can start getting a little too old for them to raise a queen. So if you give them eggs, they can easily start raising the right age brood to raise a good high quality queen. Recapping, frame of eggs into the new hive with bees on it from the other hive, carry the bees and all, and let them raise a new queen. Yeah, it's still going to take you about 25 to 30 days once they start raising a queen for you to get a laying queen. It's going to be a month out. So if you can buy a new queen, it'd be a lot faster for you. Hey, Jana, do you think the plastic queen excluder is not as good as a wood with wire? All my hives came with plastic. Thank you so much, David. Jana, that's a matter of opinion. My plastic queen excluders are the ones that I prefer. I think they work great and they're easy to handle. Kevin says, first year beekeeper, is it okay to have both Carnies and Italians in the same yard if I plan to sell queens in the future? Now, that's a loaded question, Kevin. Yes, it's fine. You're still dealing with Apis mellifera. They might have some ancestors that go back to different countries. It's no issue at all. Now, if you're wanting to talk about genetics, we tend to think that, because bees came from different parts of the world, that some genetic differences will show up and be good or bad and so forth. That's what you'll have to watch. Take my class on making queens, or you can do some research and find out how you want to get the best genetics into your hive. All right, Beth, I did an inspection last week and found 2 supersedure cells and some swarm cells. I went back in a few days later to do a split, and the swarm cells were gone, but the supersedure cells were still there and still open. I saw lots of good brood, no eggs. There is a lot of pollen, nectar, and honey. I have lots of bees in the hive. Do you think my queen is failing? I haven't seen the queen. A couple of things you need to really be aware of, Beth. You got to look for eggs. Do you see eggs? That's the only way the only way you can evaluate the performance of your queen. So what you need to do, Beth, is watch my live stream from last week, because I went into great detail exactly showing you how to evaluate the brood to determine if your queen is okay, and if she's not, how long it's been since she has been deceased. And so in your case, you got a lot going on there. This is the kind of things, this is the reason I'm making this video, Beth, is for you and for others that face these kind of dilemmas and they're not sure what to do. In your case, you've got some queen cells high up on the frame. You got some low on the frame. And so you say, I got supersedures up here. They're raising new queens up here. They're raising more queens down here. You went back later. All the swarms are gone, but the 2 up there are still there. I'm suspecting that there may not be anything in the cells up above. Are they closed? It sounds like to me that they were still some queen cells up high. The supersedures were still there. And you said still open. That means they're not kept over at the bottom of the queen cells. Did you look up in there and do you see a larvae floating in royal jelly? Sometimes these supersedure cups, we call them, are just there for an emergency in the future. So check that out. Now, if you don't have eggs and all your swarm cells are gone, I would suggest leaving those supersedure cells, the high ones, as if they have the larvae in there. Let them raise a queen from there. Now, on the other hand, Beth, if you take my suggestion, look up in those queen cells and they're empty, they don't have any, we call them charged, they don't have any larvae in them. What you're going to have to do is say, okay, there's no queen cells at all, and I looked and there's no eggs at all, you got to buy a queen. Or if you'd taken my queenery class, you could raise your own queens, but you may not be there yet. So do exactly what I suggest, and let's get this hive queen right as soon as we can. I'm a first-year beekeeper, pulled my queen out to mark her. When I put her back in, she just sat there. Should I be worried? Now, if you handled her correctly, and if you did not pinch her in the head too much, or didn't squeeze her abdomen, something like that, if you didn't injure her, not to worry. I've literally, remember one time, taken a queen out. This was only like 2 or 3 years ago. So I have experience marking thousands of queens. 2 or 3 years ago, I picked one up, I marked her, and when I put her back in the hive, she literally looked dead. I put her on a frame, and she just rolled over, feet straight up. So I was like, wow, that's not good. So anyway, I sat and watched for a little bit, and she seemed to move slightly, or the bees moved her. Anyway, they all kind of piled on top of her. I put the hive back together. Came back. I was really concerned. So the next day, I was trying to figure out, what did I do wrong? I did everything perfectly. The next day, I went back out there, walking around. She's laying eggs. She's perfect shape. I have read that there are occasions when queens will, for a lack of a better word, pass out. And they just don't move. And yeah, they come back. So I would go back and check in a few days, make sure all is well. Can a virgin queen go 3 weeks before being mated? You're right at the line right there, Delmer. 3 weeks is 21 days. That's the time that we say if she doesn't mate within 21 days after being born, that she will lose the urge to go mating. So I'm sure that's not like an expiration date. It's not like 201, the milk went bad. I think it's more like approximately 3 weeks. So you're at the limit right there. What time of the year to requeen? Best time for me, Vladimir, is to really requeen after the summer solstice as soon as you can. So after June 21st up until however late you can go, but you still want it to be kind of like summer, I guess. So yeah, sometime in the summer you need to requeen. Hey Johnny, how late in the year is it too late to raise new queens? When do drones stop becoming available for mating flights? Drones stop becoming available for mating flights when they get killed or pushed out of the hive so they can't eat and stay nourished and they die. Up until then, they're still doing their job. As long as drones are flying in and out, they're doing their job. They're going to DCA's drone congregation areas. But let's get back to your first question. How late in the year is it too late to raise new queens? It gets harder to raise new queens the further into the year you go. Now, for me, I can easily raise queens into the early part of August here in Illinois for me. But I can notice after that, it gets a little tougher. Oh, the best way to look at this is, when are your hives naturally raising queens? During the swarm season. So you're going to have much more luck raising queens during the swarm season. For me, that's May and June and July. Yeah, good question. Jen says, if my queen isn't laying good enough, or isn't laying enough, should I remove her and let the hive raise their own queen? Do I need to limit the number of queen cells they make, or just leave them alone? Okay, Jen, very good question. You can do both. Yeah, you could actually let them raise their own queen, and that is fine. And if usually they don't make a whole bunch of queen cells when they're superseding. You may just get lucky and see one queen cell or two. I would not remove any of them. Let the bees do all that themselves. I do want to share a caveat with you. If you have a queen that isn't laying enough and you let them raise a queen from her genetics, you're risking a slight teeny tiny risk that genetically her daughter may not raise enough. It's not likely to be the case because maybe the mom wasn't mated well enough. But anyway, you might consider buying a new mated queen. Hey, Danny, if you get a queen cell from someone, how long do you have to place it in a hive, and how warm should you keep it? Now, Danny, this is very, very precise right here. You can't cheat this at all. Let me break it down for you. For all of you. Now, a queen cell, what is it, capped over on around day 8, let's say 7 or 8, a queen cell is going to be capped over. A queen's going to emerge after the egg was laid on day 16. So after it's capped, you got about 8 days. Here's the tricky part. I would never handle a queen cell that is less than about 13 days old. If you can do the math, that's kind of hard to figure out unless you knew when you started raising that queen. But what I'm trying to say is the queen cells are to be vertical, like up and down like this, right?
and the queen is a pupae in a cocoon in that cell. And if you tilt it, it can injure her and challenge her development. And she may not be a good queen. And as far as the temperature, she does have to be kept in the 90s and kept warm. And so when you take her out, you expose her to 70, 80 degrees, that's going to be a problem. It could actually kill her as well. And so you're going to have to wait until she's almost ready to emerge on day 13. And then if you have done your math correctly, you got about 2.5 days before you have to worry about her emerging. It's complicated. I told you it's very precise stuff. And so you don't have a lot of time, and you really got to know exactly the timing and all, is so that you don't accidentally expose her to too cold of temperature, lay the cell horizontal and injure her, or lose track of the dates and she emerges on your dresser in your bedroom or in your pocket of your bee suit or something. So that's kind of risky. When I was a young beekeeper and before I had studied bees, most people like you and me, we start out beekeeping not knowing very much, right? You learn from experience and trial and error and mistakes. And so when I was young, I didn't really know what I was doing with queens. I mean, you're a young beekeeper, you see queen cells, you start figuring things out. And remember, I started 30 years ago. There was no internet, not a lot of information compared to today at all. And so I was surprised when I got more knowledgeable to realize all the dumb mistakes I made when I didn't know stuff, right? I was carrying 2 younger queen cells in my front pocket, and I was just letting them die from being too, I wouldn't say cold, but not warm. And they were held in a horizontal position in my front pocket and sloshed around, and they died in their cells. And I couldn't figure out why they were dying. So, you got to know bee biology. All of us have to we can benefit. Hey, it's March the 11th. It was supposed to be nice today. What happened? It's awful cold and windy right now. The bees were flying a little bit this morning before the wind kicked up. Now it's windy and it's dropped down to about 61, 59 degrees. So the bees are barely flying. Disappointing, but that's what we get. I'm going to show you guys how to feed your bees in the spring, late winter, early spring, using my feeding board and how to mix this sugar water. I'll show you how to mix this sugar water. A lot of you ask questions about it. So let's get started. I got a winter bee kind on here. Going to take that winter bee kind off, and we're going to put on the feeding board to start feeding them in the spring, late winter, spring, and let's get rolling. All right, so let's see how much of the winter bee kind they have left to eat. All right. Hey, I want to tell you guys too, while we're working this beehive, that we have our online courses available for half price until March the 20th. About another week, a little over another week. So take advantage of that. They are not my videos on YouTube repurposed. Don't think they are. These are designated classes that I've made that are specific to the topic. So you may want to take advantage of those. All right, we got a little candy on there left over from the winter bee kind on one edge. So let's take a look at that. Ooh, I should have brought my smoker. I did bring my bee brush. Let's get the bees off of this candy. I like to stay calm when I work bees, even though I can tell they're like, hey, what are you doing? All right, one more piece of candy to get off. Then we're going to feed them. All right. Oh yeah, there's a lot of bees in there. And they're still eating that candy. They don't want to see it go. I'm going to give you something better. Just hang on. Calm down. Another little piece over here they're working on. All right, get that little candy out of the way. Now, here's what we're going to do. All right, follow me here. We're going to take, this is one I've used many times before, so it looks a little old. Don't want to smash bees. We'll get this worked down on here like that. All right. Now, we'll put our food on here. I'll show you guys how to mix this food, okay? Okay, so this is a jar. I'm going to put on here. Let's take a break and go inside, and I'll show you real quick how I mix this, and we'll come back and show you how to put it on there. Now that we've dropped back inside, let me show you how I mix my spring feed. And I've done this for well over a decade. This is not a new concept. I've used it exclusively for 10 or 15 years, and I've had great results with it. So here's what I do, okay? And many of my customers follow this as well. So in the spring, I'm going to make 1-to-1 sugar water. And don't freak out over volume versus weight and all that. Just 1 part water, 1 part sugar is fine. And what we're trying to do is kind of simulate a nectar flow. Now, I take brood builder, or I guess protein powder. It's also called Ultra B, depends on what brand you use. And so I take about 1 teaspoon. It doesn't take a lot. And so a teaspoon is about that much. And I'm talking about a teaspoon that's a real teaspoon, not one out of the sink or, you know, your silverware, because it's a little bit different. So a teaspoon, a couple of pinches usually, and then a teaspoon of the Honeybee Healthy. This is the feeding stimulant. It smells good, it attracts the bees to the food. And again, I'm talking about a tiny amount, just enough. And I don't even know if I use a teaspoon. I just use enough, like, oh, that's plenty. And these are quart jars. Whoa, so maybe half a teaspoon. I used to say a teaspoon is fine, but there you go. And then I take Amino B Booster, and this is, again, a protein, a liquid protein, just a teaspoon per quart. So just a little bit like that, and a little bit like that. That's plenty. And then I add my sugar. You might want to stir it up first. So some people say that the protein doesn't mix well, the protein powder. It's like a pollen substitute. You can put it in a blender if that's your thing. I usually will blend it or stir it up, and I'll get a good blend on it. Yeah, like that. By the way, I wanted to thank you guys for the warm hospitality in North Carolina. Oh my gosh, I love speaking out there. So great. I flew into Charlotte on Wednesday. And I spoke Thursday, Friday, Saturday, flew back home on Sunday. I'm just back home catching my breath. So thank all of you for we had like 800 beekeepers at that conference. That was huge. And it was so nice meeting you guys. I had my picture taken with a lot of you, and you were fantastic. You really was. Oh, I loved it. I can't tell you how much I enjoyed it. Julia was great, and kind of the concierge of all the speakers, making sure we had everything we needed. And ATN, who I'd been working with to get me out there. Rick, for doing a great job. It was just so many people, and I'm sure I missed some names, but I loved it. Now add your sugar at this point, and until it gets almost to the top, you want to leave a little room to be able to stir and mix it well. If you put too much sugar in there, you can't stir it because it's too close to the top, it'll spill. All right, here we go. Spilt a little on the table. All right, put that aside over here. Now, if it's hot enough, it'll dissolve nicely. And so, again, the bees are going to stick their proboscis through these little holes. You can see here, get the camera just right, but you can see the little holes in here. And these I've used for years, and the holes are getting a little bigger, but just enough holes. And this is basically what I do for feeding my bees in the spring to stimulate the bees, simulates a nectar flow before it happens. Right now in Illinois, woo, it is not there yet. Now we're getting a warm up, and I'll tell you what, I'm pumped and excited how it feels like summertime, certainly spring out there today. And yesterday, I went biking yesterday, 30 miles. It was that nice and warm, and I loved it, outdoors. So that was fun. I'm so tired of being on the indoor trainer this winter. Illinois, I'm in central Illinois, by the way, and it's out on the prairie, cold, brutal, not fun most of the time until we get into late April, early May. This is probably going to fool us. We probably think, oh boy, it's warming up. This is it. Spring's here. It always does this. And then, bam, I'm putting winter bee kinds back on there when it just bottoms out again. But you'll see, this is the way I've done it forever.
And what I'm trying to do is stimulate the bees, the queen, to lay more by feeding them. So I'm taking my winter bee kinds off and replacing them with the Burns feeder boards. And look, you guys ought to order those if you haven't already. We've got plenty in stock. So get those on your hive. One lady at the conference told me she loves my feeder boards because I think she said she was allergic to bees. And so she can change these out because they have a screen to keep the bees from flying at you when you change your sugar water. And she uses protein patties, pollen patties. And she said she loves the way those feeders are. All right. Putting the lid on is really important. Tighten it down as tight as you can get it, and then tighten it a little bit more. Okay, because if you don't, it can be a problem. Now, look at this. This is a potential problem. See that sugar that built up there? I missed and it spilled. Make sure you got a nice way for this to seal against that rubber gasket in there. My dad taught me when I changed oil on my car to take a little bit of oil, old or new, and put it on the gasket of the oil, the new oil filter. He said that oil would help seat that oil filter. Leave a comment if you've ever done that. Anyway, get that off of there, and that way you can make sure this gasket isn't got something on it. Otherwise, it won't seal good. So put that on there, and again, tighten it up as tight as you can get it, and then tighten it up a little bit more, and that'll help a lot. All right, that's how I mix this up to put on the hive. All right, we're back, so let's put it on there like this. Boom. Got another one. Put that on there like this. Boom. Now, we can't leave this like this or the rain where you can put a pollen patty here. So I got a deep box I'm going to put on. Let me pop in here real quick and say thanks so much for watching my channel today. We're going to keep working these bees and feeding them for spring, but please subscribe. Bobblehead David is here with his little subscribe sign. Appreciate it so much, guys. Let's get back in and start feeding these bees. So now I'll put the deep box on here like this. And then you put your top cover, get the any bees that are flying, the top cover on there, like this. And we do have to put our cinder block back on the top. Ooh, that'll get heavier with age. I do want to address this. This is where the bees have been used to going in and out the winter bee kind here. And since I close this off, you'll see them still wanting to use it, but you'll quickly see them shift as the warmer days continue, hopefully, that they'll get used to going to their in and out of their bottom board. Now, you'll notice if you go out here at night, they'll be inside the hive. They'll figure it out. Sherry and I took time out of our schedule to make a video showing you guys how we mix up the winter bee kind ingredients to put the winter bee kind boards on a hive in the wintertime. So some of you may be wondering what the recipe is or wondering, how to make them if you're going to refill them. Watch this video right over here. I'll see you guys over there.